Anyways, start.
Hello, YouTube. Welcome back to our side story, Mage the Fracturing. Last time we introduced our characters. Okay, then you do it. No, you know what? Fine. Fuck you guys. Missed it. Yes, you know what? No, fuck it. You know what? You know what? Salter, you do the opening. I don't even care. Apparently, I'm not good enough.
All right, I'll do it in voice. Don't worry.
Don't do that voice.
Don't
do that
worry.
voice.
Doesn't matter. Fake news. Shut up. Let me handle it. As all of you would know, it took everything we had to create the story last time for this side story of the Mage, the Fracturing. Yes, it is I, Donald J. Trump. Anyone who tells you otherwise is just giving you fake news. Now, anyways, let us begin the narration of what happened last time. You see, my beautiful girls, Ophelia and Natalia, were enjoying their days, relaxing, researching. Well, Natalia was suffering, I could tell you that much. All that alcohol in there, and she's still losing it all to some odd supernatural doll, I will say. Man, we need to deport that doll. But anyways, we got into it. There were letters, lots of letters for Ophelia. She had like 3, I believe. Am I correct, DM?
Yes, she had 3.
All right. As you can see, the DM has confirmed my theory of 3 letters, proving my vast intelligence as Donald J. Trump. Now, anyways, since there were 3 letters, Ophelia had to read through each and every one of them as a crisp, beautiful woman should. I know I'm glazing. I'm a little bit entranced, they'd say. Anyways, back to the story. As you would know, after all of this, Natalia would hear a knock at the stupid door. I can't say doors anymore. They're all looking like walls. My bad. So after she opens the door, a leprechaun shows up. I can't even tell you what kind of man this is. This man emits beta energy, let me tell you. Terrible beta. Didn't know what he was doing here. Tried to force himself on a woman by opening a door. Acted as if he was the big shot in the room. He was in more danger than, honestly, Diddy was after they found the baby oil. Now anyways, let us get back to the fake news. I mean, real news. My bad. World of Darkness. Don't hate me. Now anyways, back to the real news. After the man finally convinces Natalia to get in, the man then proceeds to do the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Knock on a door. Who does that? Just walk in. Who cares? Unless it's someone's bedroom, then I understand. No, I really don't. Anyways, back to it. So as you can guess, they had a conversation. This man trying to gaslight my waifu, Ophelia. Let me tell you, he failed. No one can riz her up like I can, Donald J. Trump. Anyways, after he is thrown out, Ophelia is then surprised to find some projection of a ghost distract her as she then looks over at her doll, only to discover it is toilet papered. But this is where they start cooking. Let me tell you, I've never seen such good art. As they start talking, Ophelia and Natalia, they come up with a plan. They're going to go out, talk to all of these contacts that have been wanting to talk to them through the letters, and they're going to cook. As they are cooking, let me tell you, Ophelia is carrying.
All right,
Grace,
we're just gonna
beautiful. Hold up.
No,
calm
cool.
down, fake news. Calm down.
No, we're just gonna start regularly now because no.
Okay, fine. We're gonna cut to the very end where it all ends with Natalia being a bad girl, Ophelia clearly exhausted, and they're heading back home to the apartments. I apologize to all the readers who really wanted to see the cooking I was doing. Anyways, I will now pass this back to the DM.
Thank you. Alright. So, after the events of yesterday, well, the night, crisp morning raises up itself. You manage to see the many horrific implications of a girl who has the world in her hands, potentially. A group of hunters from a foreign land who seem to lack the social graces necessary to follow their own leads, and a man more prized with preening and, well, relations to bloodthirsty inquisitors than to maintain even the tiniest and the slimmest of social grace. The time is once again 2 p.m. as Ophelia wakes from her dreams. The walls of the room appear before her eyes. Still at her desk, her doll by her side. My. With so much of the day gone already, it's no wonder everyone believes that she's a night person, especially with those bags that only seem to darken with each passing year. However, up at a much more reasonable time must be Natalia. Left in your own personal room upon your desk are the files that have been recovered and granted back to you by Eliza. Files that would put you, your dear friend, and the entirety of the Arcanum in great danger if anyone were to know that they had not only been preserved and taken, but were regularly studied by council members and underneath the supervision of the Grand Chancellor. The Inquisition would destroy you, bake you alive. Something must be done, be it a call to arms, be it new security. This cannot continue. So,
I'm back.
are you serious?
Huh?
Should I repeat what I said?
Yeah, I texted you I was gonna be BRB, so what's up?
Oh, I didn't get your text.
My bad.
Yeah, I didn't get a notification at all.
Yeah, I sent it in the general, my bad.
No, I still don't. Let me reload it. One sec. Okay, now I got it.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright.
What needs to be said?
I brought back that you have been up for a while. Ophelia has just awoken at 2 o'clock. You yourself have been up for a while, I suppose, musing over the files that had been returned to you by Eliza.
Yep.
The ones that, if shown to the Inquisition, would have the entirety of the Arcanum branded not only as heretics, but as practicing demonologists, infernalists. Even though the Arcanum has a strict policy upon demonology, it would not matter in the grand scheme of things once, the Inquisition had even the slightest chance to jump upon you.
As Natalia read through these documents maybe a third time, honestly, she'd been a bit restless because of this situation. While she had handled herself well the day before, the actions from that night honestly went beyond ordinary standards. The stress she was accumulating was far worse than you would expect, not because of, this information was just released. No, it was the implication of what this information entailed. There was also a few questions in her mind that was lingering. For one, there was no guarantee that this copy was the only copy now. For all she knew, and if she was in that situation, she would have made an extra, she thought. It wouldn't have surprised her. For all she knows, this could all just be another means to mess with them. But this thought alone irritated her. Even after such a calming day, I have to always deal with the stupidest shit popping back up. Either way, I sent an email, sent out what I had to, and I'll be sure to at least get that damn meeting orchestrated for the discussions I have at hand. She thought to herself. She'd get up, make another cup of coffee. Seemingly, she was now on her 5th cup.
It tastes awful.
Yep.
even if you use the good grounds, it's not because it's not a perfect sublime cup. They say that a bad mood can befoul any feast of fancy. At times of stress, you find no sustenance. Not even the finest bourbon or wine tastes better than sewer swill.
My mood wasn't so fucking foul. Maybe this thing would actually taste like it should. Even adding a bunch of sugar. She'd say
Yes.
she'd add a third spoonful of sugar in there. Doesn't do shit.
All it does is cling to the bottom as a sticky syrup. It doesn't meld with the rest of the coffee, as if the universe itself refuses to grant you the slightest reprieve.
No good taste. Everything tastes like shit. Yet, at least I get the one benefit out of sugar. Energy. Ugh. Science. What a fickle being it is. Anyways, it looks like everything should be set up. I should pack my bag, get everything ready. I guess I should cast something of an illusion on these documents in case something does happen during the day.
Okay.
She would cast a minor spell, something that could easily be broken by a simple mage or a sorcerer upon the documents to make sure that if anyone looked at them, it wouldn't be what they think it was. Most likely, it would just look like a writer's attempted script at, well, a failed writer, I should say, at making a novel. That was her intention, after all. And all you have to do is just read. It makes no noise. The touch doesn't matter, so all she had to do was do a minor spell. And since it's a stationary, it doesn't even cast much. Fickle thing illusions can be. Ugh.
You gonna roll anything for
that? Huh? Oh, sure. What do I have to roll?
It's your ability, but let's double check on the sorcerer thing to make sure.
Yeah, I didn't get any of the things, so I was gonna check with you. I'm
What's
pretty
your dot
sure
for illusion?
It's 3. I'm technically going for only a level 1 base, but I can do 3 if it's required. One sec, let me pull on my sheet.
Let me see. Let's go into illusion. 35. Okay. Mystic was right though. This book is so much more to the point. I love it.
It is. It's a nice book. But yeah, I have 3 illusion. I'm pretty sure it's perception and illusion, or intelligence and illusion, or manipulation and illusion.
Perception and alertness.
Perception and alertness?
Sorry about that.
That's reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Let me see. Illusion was direct, when targeted.
Although,
when targeted, some requires strange powers.
I don't think it told me when I was looking at it. It might just be one of those things where it's cast anyways. It might just cost like something.
It costs Mystic. Doesn't all sorcery still count? Cost a willpower, right?
If he's there.
Mystic.
Yep.
Let's see.
Mystic, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just busy doing something real quick.
Yeah.
I am listening though. Yes, in the illusion path, it doesn't give us the exact dice to roll. However,
I
just like
I know
most,
what it is. I see it right here. In both cases, the magician spends a point of willpower, then rolls their casting attribute plus path ability. Rating a different.
Yeah, so it would be that would be what you use like your base skill plus the path. So the 3 points you have in your illusion.
All right.
It should be. I believe they say which one it does.
You have to pick one of your stats, I think.
As your casting stat.
Well,
yeah, I think it has to
So-
be your mental stats, doesn't it?
It
has to be
an
mental
attribute.
stats.
Yeah.
So which one do you want to use? Perception? Do you want to use manipulation?
I think it
Like
should be
what is it?
I think it should be manipulation.
It should be a manipulation. It's manipulating the content on the page. So it should be
Yeah,
a
so
70-10.
yeah, manipulation and your 3, yeah, 7.
Yeah,
And the
7d10.
difficulty, I think the difficulty is always something.
It should just be a lower, like a 6. It's not really being
Yeah.
altered that severely.
Since they don't show it, it's probably 6. However, obviously, the higher the level the target, they do get their willpower. Oh no, wait, no,
It's on
it is
paper.
standard difficulty. The only difference is that when they roll against it, the difficulty is that perception plus alertness and the
Tuesday.
ritual thingy.
One
Yeah.
second. At a rating of the path level +4. So yeah, the path level +4. So the difficulty 7.
7d10.
No. 7 is
should
for
not
them
be
to
a 7.
resist.
Yeah,
No. His difficulty to succeed
it should be low.
is just 6. It's just that that for them to resist the illusion, they have to roll that to resist the illusion at difficulty 7.
No, I'm
I'll be
reading the
honest,
actual thing.
I don't think it's a 7, because if me having to cast and have a difficulty level of 7 to succeed on changing words on the paper, I don't know. I would believe it's more of a 6.
Well,
Remember
no, I'm saying-
that little part over there is for them to look through the illusion.
Yeah.
Right?
Because it's the actual.
They need a 7 to
You
look through the
'cause
illusion. That is true.
dots. You have 3 dots, which I believe allows you to apply those 3. Each success allows you to add extra effects to like the base, right?
Yeah. The effects aren't what's important right now. It's their ability to resist. So illusion has a set difficulty for him to
Anyway,
cast,
So
and then the resistance would be the roll, the perception plus alertness
yeah,
thingy.
that's just
Yeah.
I guess just roll me with difficulty 6, I suppose.
All right. Let's see if I get it.
I believe
I got 2 9s, which got canceled out by the 1s, and I had a 6.
a 1 only takes away 1.
Okay, well, I mean, I had 2 1s, 2 9s, and a 6.
Oh, okay, so you only have 1 success.
Yeah. I'd rather assume the 9 is staying. I like higher numbers.
Okay, well you take off 1 point of willpower. Take off
Okay.
one of your squares.
Yeah, I already took 1 off.
All right, so all right, so you have 3 dots to use on this, the 3 ones. So how many? So it can affect either.
It just has to affect sight. It's paper.
Well, so I was gonna say, the realism factor then. So it's only 1 is sight. Are you going for the level 2 realism then? So changes the perspective, so the viewer moving doesn't disrupt it immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can go there.
Remember that. Okay. So you now have a changed manuscript in your hand.
Good, that worked. She'd mutter aloud. Alright, let me put this in the bag for the time being. I'll probably dispel it once I get to the Arcanum. Well, I guess in front of them. I don't want to just take the risk right away. Ugh. They're definitely going to lose it. If not, then I'll lose it. Anyways, she's essentially ready. She takes another swig of her coffee and then gets ready to leave. Once it's time.
Of course. All right. So as you begin to leave, so as you're starting to you start heading down the stairs to the foyer and head out. The tipping and tapping of your feet can be heard by Ophelia. As you begin to set your way out to leave. Does Ophelia make any attempt to speak to Natalia, or no?
No, she doesn't. She understands exactly why Natalia has to leave. She even told her before. The outrage at this kind of Arcanum breach, well, you can imagine the consequences.
Okay. So you are heading. So where are you heading exactly? Where are you proposing this meeting?
I was going to go to a council room. I had to go speak with the council, the higher ups. This is a high level situation.
So where are you heading?
Probably towards one of the more secret locations of the Arcanum. I've already told the members where they needed to go. So honestly, you could pick the location. I don't really know them.
That's up to you.
But we'll say it's at the closest chapter house in a more secluded well managed room.
There's only one place the council will gather for you, and that
Yeah.
is in the White Chapel.
Then that
So
will
in the
do.
main, the truth. So
That'll do.
All right. So the current acting Grand Chancellor at the moment is primarily, so there is William Aberline, who is he's descended from one of the original inspectors going after Jack the Ripper.
William Aberline?
Mm-hmm.
Would she know the name or?
Yeah, you would. You work in London. You know him somewhat closely. I mean, there's no one who doesn't know him. He's very proactive in his investigation. He actually has his hands in the police, given his family's ties to it and their fame among inspectors.
Okay.
And he is, of course, once you get up to the large Whitechapel Arcanum House, the founding, the original Gentlemen's Club, they stare as the doors open for you.
Mhm.
The hard lacquered wood beneath your feet. Ah, what a cozy, suffocating place.
All right. Natalia would look around the room beforehand, before taking where she would have to go.
There's you see 2, maybe 3 members of the Arcanum sitting by a roaring fire, cleaning their hunting rifles as they look up, hunting rifles that have never been used, yet they pride themselves. Empty, boisterous. Truly, this is the epitome of an antiquated thing, like a gentleman's club. Your status as a woman finds a very small amount of respect here. Even if other Arcanum houses may not view you in the same belittled manner, it does a very scant amount to correct what these men of hallowed tradition think of you.
Her expression wouldn't change. Instead, it was still one that seemed a bit more irritated. It was more obvious even to them that this was clearly something that did need to be spoken of. Her expression wasn't really one of, how you would say, outspoken friendliness as it usually would be. Honestly, she didn't even consider speaking to them right away. The matter at hand had really, and honestly, messed with her deeply. She took her position where she needed to go and awaited when everyone else was ready. As if she was just doing a mere presentation for a class.
Going up the steps, past various rooms until you get to the grand room, the grand study that the chancellors pride themselves on keeping and one day aspiring to sitting in. You find him there.
I find William?
Yes.
All right.
He's already sat at the table. He adjusts his glasses on the very edge of his nose. He's an older man, around his 50s perhaps. His hairline's beginning to fade. His mustache curled with oils and creams. He looks like a man out of time, much closer to how the ideal British gentleman was to sit to preen oneself about 100 years ago. Well, it's been a while, Natalia.
It has, Mr. Aberline. It is good to see you, and I am I must say that I have to express my appreciation at how fast everyone is assembled. Especially on such short notice. Her
I've only been able
expression
to grab
more vexed as time passes.
your impromptu meeting has only given me the chance to contact 3 chancellors from nearby chapter houses.
That, honestly, it probably is not an issue. Honestly, it just has to be discussed with whomever is close by so that it can probably be handled. Especially since some of this information between us is not looking good, if I have to be honest with you. But I'll go into it once everyone is situated.
Well, by all means then. They'll be coming in a moment. You wish for them all to be in attendance before you speak?
Yes. Usually, if it wasn't something that had me this vexed, I could probably start ahead of time and be, alright with late, but this is something that needs to be done start to finish. There are, honestly, 2 subjects I wish to talk on. One of them needs to be addressed right away, because if it is not, I worry. Let's just say that much.
All right. Then please, sit down for a moment.
Thank you. She would sit down for the time being.
Looks. You see a few letters that he's while he's tending the fire in the back of the room, the roaring fireplace. You see him tossing a few letters in.
Oh. More mail, I guess. Unnecessary, I guess.
Impertinent.
How so?
Let us just say it's something that I would never concern myself with without good reason.
Understandable.
These
Much is
off.
going on.
He just simply says, "You've heard of them, yes? Those custodians that we've been imploring for field missions and field searches."
I believe so.
Yes, well, they are denying my own request for protection.
I see. Well, that isn't good.
No, it's not, considering that they are granting that same protection to another of the Arcanum.
Oh, really?
I believe, while I wish to believe that we are all joined in arms for our pursuit of knowledge, it may be time to suspect that a coup, or perhaps just a political disagreement, is on the rise.
Well, honestly, I would not be surprised. Actually, the things I might be presenting today might actually kind of confirm that.
I see. I'm very interested in this information.
I am
It's a
too.
shame that we need to wait for them.
Yes, it is. Although, if you wish to see the first piece of evidence, I do not mind showing you it, but it does still need to be presented.
Let us wait for them.
Very well.
As much as it pains me to wait,
Yes.
they'll have a fit if we reveal anything before that.
Yes. Especially since, honestly, I have to regard this as something of a Class 1 threat.
How dire.
Yes.
Calmly lays down a fire poker as you push more embers over parchment. The Inquisition sends their regards, once again pestering me to access our...
Is it connected to the... what is his name? Atticus?
No.
Oh.
But he gives you a slight look. That's a name that I have never heard you talk much about.
Yes, it's a name I've had to hear much yesterday. It's quite a vexing story.
I only know one Atticus. I believe it's not the one you're thinking of. Most of those who would have known him are long dead.
He is, I believe, dead, from what I've heard. So it might just be the one we're talking about. Especially since, apparently, the information I have to go over is connected to another, well, the second dilemma. Truthfully, I'm not too sure what's going on with that dilemma, but it does connect to... Honestly, it's a connecting story.
Of course. Well, if you... It never ends. I was just beginning to look back on something especially interesting. While we wait, might as well. Look upon... He holds his hand up. Above the stuffed bear, you'll see it. You see a bear killed in its prime.
Ah.
And above it, and furthermore, this bear is not some ferocious predator. It was far too young to put up a good fight. Above it, you see a carved mask, wooden, very long-headed, very wide, of African origin, no doubt.
Ah.
I had a trip, yes, to South Africa.
Oh, really?
The locals there did not take too kindly to me, given my... He just like pulls on his own cheek. My skin tone. But you know how they are.
Yeah.
It's refreshing to have it stated back towards you, you know?
Yes, it's also surprising, especially since it's a flip.
Exactly. I found it refreshing. Very much so.
Oh. Cannot blame me there. It's always amusing to see how things go.
And furthermore, the one thing I did not expect to find there was that I would be bothered by a group of individuals trying to say that a certain ghost of our organization is still alive and kicking.
A ghost?
Yes. They call her the Whispering Thorn nowadays.
Ah, her.
Yes. I believe that most likely some simulacrum of her is running around, but there's no way that she staved off age's bite.
Well, I guess I'll have a good surprise for you during the review.
I don't like the sound of that.
No one does. Honestly, though, it's worth finding out more about this situation than I'd like to admit. That's also something that has surprised me today.
You really are a worrisome one.
I've been told that enough. A little bit headstrong, people have claimed I am. But
do not worry.
At least I bring in the evidence.
The mask is what's important.
Yes. What does it symbolize exactly? From what you've
A warrior.
Learned? Oh.
A god in the throes of human vessel. Original voodoo. And possibly, I can't speak exactly on what it must symbolize, but it has a strange aura about it. Reminds me much of the... the contents of her writings. Remember that piece? I'm not sure if you've read it, but there's a piece that she's made about the variation of ritualistic incantation between voodoo and possession. As I believe she found that quite interesting. Miss Ophelia Nightingale. Yes.
Voodoo.
The difference between... Yes, true voodoo, not that hoodoo stuff with the needles and the dolls. The act of summoning a god into yourself to become a vessel for greatness. I believe she had a minor interest in it before she just simply dropped the whole subject.
Okay.
What infuriates me more than her full written documentation of her insane ramblings is when she half-bakes it intentionally. I feel as if she's trying to breed interest in others so they can pick up her work. It becomes a nightmare.
Yeah, that much I agree. Who knows how many have been tempted by her works, I guess. Have many of them been found? These individuals who follow through her works, I guess. Since you've mentioned, I assume there must be some at least.
There are some left, but I do not believe that they would be of much use to you.
Oh, really? None of the
No.
individuals.
Now, as the door, I was about to say something else, the door opens and you see 3 figures walk in. A rather brisk man, a very wide-strung man, like a very thick man who has a very kind face, tiny beady eyes like a rat, and like large glasses. His mustache is humongous. The tall thin man is dressed almost in all black, much like a trench coat wearing CIA agent, to give the best idea I can. Very Hoover look. His face is gaunt, wrought with age. You can see his bones, his wrinkles, his scowl lines. And the last one is a very aged woman, wearing black glasses, designer outfit. I come all the way from Liverpool here, and what I see is the youngest upstart.
Oh, Liverpool, you say?
Yes. You know, Natalia, I must ask you,
Oh.
what skin cream do you use?
A lady can never tell, but maybe I'll write something for you after. This is a little bit more of a pressing dilemma. My apologies.
Of course, no. I understand. They all sit down across this large table that can hold up to 20 people.
All right. Is this everyone we can gather in such a brisk amount of time?
These are all of the chancellors that could be gathered, yes. Please, the waterman says. Get on with it. I have much to return to.
I do understand, and hopefully everything I'm here to present today will definitely be a little bit more, I guess, taken attention to. Anyways, she would open up a suitcase and took out a couple papers, but she wouldn't provide the papers right away. Instead, she would ask a question. How many of you know of this individual named Eliza Newland?
Out of all of them, what is your perception and your
My perception is 3.
Perception and your investigation?
Investigation is 2.
Okay. So no one says anything. But they all do cast their own gazes in strange ways.
Okay. So at least there might be some recognition from expressions alone. I do hope. After all, she did claim to be from the Newland family, and, well, if I had to be very descriptive, not to be in a rude way, my guess is she's a bit crippled due to the wheelchair, but I can't say. I've been deceived in the past by that as well.
Agatha holds up her hand. I know her on a much more personal level.
Oh, really?
Yes, I do.
Has she mentioned specific things to you in the past?
No. Not at all.
Okay.
She's inquired. My latest interaction with her was about 7 months ago. She asked me. She asked me about the weather, and she asked me about my plans for the day, as I visited her probably once a year just to pay respects to her and her situation at home.
Ah, I see. Just a casual greeting. That makes sense.
Yeah. Couldn't have been more than 3 minutes.
Well,
I have a lot of things to do, darling. Liverpool, unfortunately.
Do not worry. I do plan to go along this. It is going to take just a bit of your time, and I do apologize, but this is a bit pressing. Anyways,
of course.
Like I was saying, with Eliza Newland, I was recently visited by her due to a little bit of a contact from someone who requested my help. Apparently, there was something of internal documents, which I'd gotten a tip from this person, and they were of eternal eyes only. Something that, obviously we wouldn't just allow anyone to see. Now, I didn't know who they were. I will be honest. They did tell me, and I'm sure William will understand the name after I've mentioned it, that their name was Ophelia. I didn't get anything else out of it though. But due to what he has mentioned so far, my guess is this Ophelia is most likely the one named the Whispering Thorn.
They have the entire table hushes. Agatha looks red-faced.
Yes.
Ophelia Nightingale was excommunicated from our order a while back. Even then, her physical constitution. William looks a bit perplexed by why Agatha's so affected. I know that you knew Miss Nightingale, but are you truly saying, I mean, the images of her, that must be her daughter at the very least. She joined around the Arcanum's founding, yes?
If I had an image of Ophelia in front of me, and it was of someone who seems to be in a little bit more of their youth, that is all I could provide. I'm not sure if it's the same Ophelia you know. Maybe it's the same name, who knows? Although they did ask me to attend a certain intervention, I guess. They seemed a bit frantic when they were contacting, as if something that should not have been unveiled was unveiled. So when I got there, I was more surprised to discover that apparently Eliza was there, and she seemed to be trying to strike a deal. Why I was forced to be witness, I'm guessing it was for this situation alone. This is honestly has fascinated me a little bit, but it has also caused me to question a few things. By a few things, I mean many things. For one, how did this information, and she would finally release the illusion on the paper as she would provide it towards the middle of the table, leak out?
William is the first to grab it. You can just hear him. You just hear him curse under his breath, very low. That damn crippled slag.
Yes.
How did she get this?
That's what I was wondering. But then,
No one else has seen this.
there is some things that have also caught my attention. Throughout the conversation, I thought, okay, well, obviously someone must have handed her this. She was so confident in how she mentioned it, how she came about this, and then she proceeded to talk about it, implying she had read the entire thing and that she was researching something. Something I did not expect. She sounded as if she was attempting to create something of an Earthbound. She even mentioned Earthbound many times. Quite the, I guess you can say, conundrum. Now, during this, obviously we did try to pest. Well, I definitely did. I was panicking out of my mind. This is a classified document after all. But what really got me is the fact that during this, she then proceeded to try to threaten us, casting a spell as if she was about to attack us on the spot. What a troublesome woman that is. If that wasn't enough, she would then proceed to list off names that even I would not dare mention. As if to prove a point, she almost mentioned the name of a certain spirit. Would you like to take a guess of what name she almost let slip after she'd mentioned two of them, by the way?
They don't have a comment on that, and they simply say, to the
I'm sure.
point.
Yes. Anyways, she was mentioning the three. But I digress from that. As much as, honestly, a horrifying circumstance that is not enough to cause me to fret. Instead, it was who she affiliated herself with that actually did catch my attention. And I'm sure our friend from Liverpool here will be a little bit more interested in this subject, since she seemed to be doing a lot of this stuff from what she mentioned for a certain individual named Bethel Abraham.
Agatha takes her sunglasses off, clears her throat, and simply states, "She has warped affections of the man. Please do not She stares at him. Please do not allow them to change your perception of him. He is not one to allow such troublesome things.
You see, if she had not provided me those documents to my face, I could have believed maybe it's just the warped affection. But how did she get the documents? Would you know, Agatha?
Agatha, those documentations of that level are not allowed near,
Yes.
are not within my chapter house. We deal with alchemical construct recipes, nothing more, nothing less.
I see. Well, the fact that she was able to get these documents, and honestly, it seemed quite easy for her, means that either we have a bit of a mole in our midst, or maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit more to the family than I expected. After all, I did hear mentions of how Bethel is connected to, what's his name? Atticus, I believe? Seems he's left a lot of things there for them, from what was being mentioned to me. Too much glazing, honestly. But there's another thing I wish to talk about. And this does connect to this dilemma. Apparently, I also had gotten contacted from, as you would believe it, some inquisitors, with their leader being Pyotr. Believe it or not, they wanted to strike a deal with us. The deal, honestly, if you think about it, was a little bit too good to be true. Many benefits, many spoils, and all they're asking for is for us to turn a blind eye, and in exchange, they are going to leave us gifts to every little spot that they trample. Now, I was curious why. And he told me he had gotten contacted by Bethel. How they were going to go do something grand in Liverpool. Once again, it seems chaotic in Liverpool. I'm a bit worried for your location, Agatha. Seems a little bit more chaotic than even I would like to admit. Not only is these inquisitors the ones that I'm kind of worried about, from what I was also being told by... what's his name? My bad, I'm a little bit forgetful. Pyotr. He also was enlisting, I think they are called imbued, to his cause. And apparently he has a great number of them. Honestly, hunters, they do their own things, I thought. Until, well, I had to look up, because Pyotr said he had 4 friends that he'd also recruited for this crusade of theirs that they were going to do. Imagine my shock when I see 4 gargoyles of a warrior caste, of all things.
I never said they were warrior caste.
Okay, of some
that's
caste
not
that I would
relevant.
assume
That's
My
not
bad, sorry.
relevant.
of warrior caste.
That's not relevant.
After all, their intention was to go there and fight. So my guess would be is that they're at least of the warrior caste. If not, then I don't know why they would have been recruited. Although this is an assumption. For all I know, they might just be lesser vagrants that are probably the past, but knowing him, I don't think Pyotr would just ally himself with some has-been creatures. He seemed to have something going for him. He seemed a little bit on the ball this time. That is a bit worrisome, but I did say I would talk to him about it, because I have to admit, if they did go through and cause a bit of a rampage, it would clear up some threats, which would also help us in the later run, since they might help resolve some of our issues of reinforcements. But that's my own theory, and I could probably talk with him on this in a little bit more depth. But I wanted y'all's opinion on this as well during the meeting. Now, there is another thing. Due to how this information that we were talking about with Miss Nightingale, I believe, is spread out, it's made me question, how is this information getting out? And why is there so much chaos going about, not just in one place, but in Liverpool as well? It's a chaotic fest down there. Now, honestly, if I had to blame this, I would have to say that it is our own inadequacies. Someone has either turned, betrayed us, or has been misled, or maybe, just maybe, there is more information connected to the Abrahams, and I would like to admit, who knows what is in their studies? Who knows what they have in their homes? Who knows if they have other documents that are copied? Truthfully, I would like to say that most likely that if I had to guess, they are traitors. There's obviously a reason Atticus is no longer part of our group, and I would assume it is because he's a traitor, which then entails, it makes me wonder, how does Bethel react to these situations? How is it that Eliza has gotten away with so much, and yet none of us knew? For all we know, Eliza may have had help committing her theft. Obviously, I would not be able to see her standing up. If it is true and she is truly crippled, then that means someone else helped her get the documents and was able to get away with it. Now, in my own personal opinion, due to this situation and due to all the evidence I have been gathering, I would personally recommend placing a full ban on Bethel, making him a Class 1 threat. Personally, I don't think any chapter house should help him. That is a huge violation in my opinion, and obviously, it feels as if he's already betrayed everything that, he stands for when it comes to the Arcanum already. Not only is his bloodline tainted, honestly, I'm surprised we've kept it going. Who knows what else might happen in the future. But I will not say that we go out of our way and attempt to attack him. I'm not that harsh, and for all we know, we don't know what he has over there. Maybe he's anticipating this. Maybe this is all some grand scheme to make us frolic out, just to get wiped out. And then they take from us. Ugh. Instead, I would like to discuss forming an audit team. A team that can, for the purpose, go about and investigate how this information came about, how it even leaked out, and how it somehow got into the hands of a girl. A girl who has no affiliation to us, from what I know. Personally, I would like to lead this team to make sure it is properly functioning, and it is handled in the right accordance, and so that we can prevent the possibility of misleading information. That is all I have.
So first off, I want to say, I did not mean to say the warrior cast thing. I thought it was muted when I said that.
No.
My bad.
We know it's not warrior cast, but he's bullshitting.
No, I know
like,
he is. Mystic,
Yeah.
It was that moment where you talk out loud without realizing.
Yeah, it happens.
My bad, I'm sorry. But everything you've said, especially with the gargoyles, has made a lot of them very much on edge. And he holds out his fingers. You see him kind of like, he retwists them. Willem's hands are grinding between the knuckles. These were kept not here. These were kept in a private storage. Allow me to explain. Ophelia's files were supposed... I had to check something. As I was doing my usual documentation, they should have ended up in that private storehouse.
Well,
They should have. And now... Allow me just a moment, please. He leaves for a moment, leaving an awkward silence. Of Agatha looks the most troubled by all this news.
personally, Agatha, I do not blame it on you. If Eliza was just popping up, acting friendly, then it means she had another plot in the making. We're not omniscient. Although I do have to request that you might want to investigate a bit on this. But I do also request the ban. That is my own request.
Your request is what?
To ban Bethel from any utilization of any chapter house. A complete Arcanum ban. And to classify him as a Class 1 threat.
That seems a bit extreme.
It might be.
We already have been keeping him from using our facilities and our knowledge, but labeling him as an actual threat might cause a lot of problems.
I would agree, if and only if it was not for the fact that all of the evidence I've had to collect recently, and the fact that I had to go speak to a whole church down in London, of all things, planning to go down to Liverpool to start crusades because of him. That is why I think he is a huge threat. He is planning something, and I do not think it is a good idea. Leave him in such a good state. If we have to take action, I recommend we prevent anything that can unintentionally or intentionally happen. If they are so swayed by Bethel's words, what's to say that he wouldn't just randomly target us out of spite for his own grandfather?
All right. All
Who
right.
knows what underlying plots he has? That is what I am saying.
Then we have no. If that is what you suggest, then I agree.
Yes, and I do wish to speak to William upon the library. Well, our area of incidents. Obviously, with mages that are still running about without care in the world. That is one thing. But at the same time, I've had to hear a little bit of stuff about the librarians engaging with the Charon group, I believe. That might need to be discussed some as well. All
Hey,
these
tone shift the
conundrums.
music. Tone shift the music, please. That sounds crazy, bro. This seems like
actually you cut out for me. I actually did not hear what you said the last part.
The
Salter.
Charon group.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, tone shift. Tone shift.
I am gonna do it. I just missed it. I just heard him say it. Okay, I know.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm gonna tone shift. I'm gonna do it. Let me just 1 second. Can we go to the bot channel? We should have one in here for this to make it so much easier for me.
That would be nice.
You can make one.
What do you mean?
This is your server. I'm just saying.
We shall see.
I'm gonna grab it real quick.
Alright, it's whenever you're ready.
All the gramophone falls off of its actual needle as the pleasant music that has filled the silence now comes to a dead halt. Agatha holds her head in her hands. We should not be giving any of our support to any of their conspiracies.
I agree.
Might I remind you, the custodians have given us their blessing on certain excursions and their protection in exchange for our own information. And she bites on her own tongue. We cannot ally ourselves with that group, is all I'm going to say. The repercussions would be far worse than any other supernatural alignment. Do not. The others are also in equal outrage, and you hear one of them say, "This is why women strong with their emotions should not be part of this."
Like I said, it's obviously, from what I've had to hear, that obviously there are mages running about, and that the librarians have been initiating conflicts with the Charon group, which, as we know, is quite the corporation, a mega corporation, if I have to be specific. This is why I'm very much worried as well. After all, this really does make us look bad.
Listen, I understand certain detrimental relations. I understand certain business ones. And before she can finish, the wider one says, "Hold on, Agatha. You've always been a bit too emotional. I believe that menopause has hit you quite early." Early.
Damn.
And he just goes, "And as for you, Miss Natalia, I believe that it might be the time of the month for you if you're jumping on this."
Oh, sadly not. But I am gratuitous
Well, are
to
you
your
quite
concern.
sure? Because this decision reminds me of your monthlies. It'll leave pissed off men left and right, and blood dripping all over everywhere you walk.
Oh, you're just so harsh. I have not even done anything to insult you.
If we ally ourselves with those brutes, the first thing they're going to do is try to ask about our artifacts, our stores that we have fought hard for.
I never said anything about allying. I have just mentioned that there is a little bit of a fight going on with librarians in the Charon group.
And I'm saying we should not pick a side.
I do not wish to pick a side. That is what I'm saying.
Granting any help will not do us well, considering what we owe the custodians.
Oh,
I know that
really?
you are out of affairs most of the time, but this is a situation where
All right.
this has.
Then let me ask you this. Why haven't you stopped this then? If you don't wish to initiate and, go into the fight, sure, then why not just make them both leave this situation peacefully? Are you telling me you have no balls to step up just a little bit? I mean, I've been
I've
told
not
I
needed.
have my own time of the month, but I don't know. That's a bit timid.
I will not hear the talk of phallic euphemisms from a girl who lacks them.
Oh, that is so harsh. But you're kind of proving my point. Now you're reacting a little bit emotionally, and you just told Agatha to calm down, didn't you? You told me to calm down and claimed it was my time of the month, and yet you are more on the time of your own month than even I am. I at least got maybe 2 more weeks in me. But you
Damn.
might just be flowing, my friend. Have you checked?
Now listen.
I am always listening.
I had half a mind.
Half, yet not a full mind, is
to
what I'm
throw
hearing.
you out on your ass the moment that I heard you start rambling.
Oh, really?
Of all things, about Ophelia Nightingale still being alive.
Yes, and I had quite the
When was
pleasure of
she
having to meet her.
excommunicated from us? Please inform me. You know so much about her. Tell me when she was excommunicated.
So much. My friend, I've only just learned of who she truly was. All I knew was the name Ophelia, and all I noticed was the documents. Are you trying to say I have more knowledge about her and intentionally went there to communicate with her? Are you trying to call
Yes.
me a traitor?
Not a traitor, a misguided woman. Although I suppose
so you
that
were
the two
using
things
my
are
very own
synonymous.
gender to slander me. That is quite the ballsy move, sir.
Well,
I
women's
didn't realize
history is-
sexism was so strong in the 2000s.
You did not believe that stepping upon the domain of men, when
In fact,
mythology
let me
and
ask you
history
this,
is
sir.
rife with women like that.
Oh, really? So you assume I am just like every other woman? And
No.
you are quite the
I
misogynist.
assume that you're a woman, that you're one of the rare kinds.
Oh, really?
One with a brain.
Of course I have a brain. What do you take me for? A brainless worm?
I take you for a Cleopatra, not a Joan of
so
Arc.
dexterous, huh? And not a saint. You are correct, I am no saint. I am nothing more than a connoisseur, a pursuer of mysteries of sorts, too. But at least I know boundaries. At least I know where I should and shouldn't step, as much as you clearly do not. You step on very, very thin leaves, my friend. Crackling underneath each leaf as you slander me and then try to brand me as something close to a traitor for being a woman. You have more balls than even I could admit. But you know what I want to know? Is why the hell are you trying to not push more on this subject of Whispering Thorn anyways? Is it not important to figure out what the hell she had for a motive for even contacting one of us? You think I would have known instantly that it was her? I didn't even know who
That
she was.
woman.
What is she planning? That is what I
a
want to know.
disaster.
Single-handedly caused a disaster and then shows up out of the blue, planning God knows
Do you know
what.
my personal gripes with what that woman's legacy?
No, I
Did
do
you know
not.
that we've lost?
I don't
have
know what a
lost
period blood man is
three
griping about in this very
chapter
moment.
houses. 3 of them to her.
Mm-hmm.
She has sank an entire chapter house, apparently, into hell.
She sent an entire chapter house into hell. And you expected me to know who she was when there was no information provided to me. And then you assume
I'm giving you an
this from a
example.
singular name.
We should be rallying ourselves up to kill her, to eliminate her.
Then
not
let
to
me
heed her
ask you
warning.
this. Why is she affiliated with Eliza in the first place? Why is she affiliated in any of this?
Grumblesome, you see the taller one say. Natalia's given you quite some valid points.
There is one thing that I am convinced of right now. If Ophelia is involved in this, then there is clearly more to this story than even I would like to admit, which means, more than likely, this also could confirm her connection to Eliza, for one. And if Eliza is studying Earthborn, as I mentioned earlier, don't you think that Ophelia, of all people, guiding her is a worse situation than even we can think of?
He has. And then once again, you see...
Hold on. Before we even do anything else, if she is connected to Ophelia, who is to say that Ophelia and Bethel aren't connected? Who's to say Ophelia wasn't connected to Atticus? If Ophelia is as old as you say, how do we not know there's a grand scheme even we haven't thought of yet connected to them?
They lace their fingers. Portman, the tall, gaunt one,
But
has a point.
yes,
Once
and I
again.
do wish to mention one thing. If, and only if, Bethel has really gone out and started contacting people, probably other hunters, I'm guessing from how Piotr is acting about this, isn't it possible that if we have this one document here, that there aren't copies of it? Which means, what if, to incentivize Piotr to go around and commit such a grand crusade with a whole bunch of knights, a bunch of holy men themselves, that maybe there was a mention of a document of demonic origin? Something that might even put us in crossfires?
Portman holds his hand out. Agatha, do you have what I asked of you the other day? I don't understand what you mean, Portman. I asked you for the file you had on the imbued. There are a lot of comments piling up, and I believe it's time that you rose up to meet them. I'm not sure what you mean. What I mean is, you were asked, this is the third occasion in the past year that you've been asked about the movements of Bethel Abraham, and you have failed to deliver a satisfactory explanation. As well, she points her eyes. That is enough. It's enough, Walter. She might be, she says this, she is a woman, but as you know, the title of gentleman is not exclusive to gender. It's how one carries oneself.
Why are you defending them so much, Agatha? You just got presented enough evidence to convict a man of murder. And yet you
Bethel
are over
Abraham
here
is many
defending
things.
that you know of. You didn't even know what Eliza was planning. How do you know what Bethel was
I
planning?
do keep an eye on Bethel. He is many things.
What I'm hearing is you are given a perspective of Bethel, just as you were given a perspective of Eliza.
He says many things. And yes, he has a and I do mean well-founded hatred for his grandfather. But I will allow you one piece of information. Bethel Abraham, if there is one thing I will tell you, would not brazenly endanger the lives of the innocent.
You know,
I have seen this man. I will tell you something.
You and I are of the council, correct?
Allow me to say before you speak.
Mo, answer my question first. I only have one question
I will
to ask you.
continue what I am saying first.
Yes, and I will continue asking this, because something has dawned on me. If you and I are the council, and documents like these can be passed towards the council, then answer me this. How did Eliza get that document?
I don't know.
If you do not know, and yet you have a positive relation, maybe you should look into this a bit more.
The Grand Chancellor just said he was looking into something he had suspicion of. Now, I'm going to tell you, I understand your suspicions. Truly, I do. In fact, I would be the most obvious mole here. But
my suspicions are not really suspicions if I'm the one who has to tell you that I was already under threat by Eliza.
Miss Natalia, you truly wish for other people to give you the floor, but you wish to interrupt every last one of them. Now, I'm going to say my piece before you prattle on for the 17th time.
I will give you that. My apologies.
As I was saying, for all of the negative connotation this man has gathered in the Arcanum, Bethel Abraham is not a louse. He is not a coward. And more than anything else, he is not willing to sacrifice, like I said, the common man. Bethel Abraham is the closest I can tell you to a wounded saint. He's brash, he's cruel, he's stupid, but it only goes so far. His empathy towards others is quite legendary among the community. Now, I believe that he could be easily misguided. Eliza herself was much like that. what I was going to say in more private times, and it was just you, me, and the Grand Chancellor, and away from a certain Walter, can't keep his mouth shut about such archaic terms. Eliza truthfully inquired a bit more, not to me, but to two of my Arcanum members.
Oh,
She was
really?
asking them about something completely strange, which I did not believe was to the point yet, unless you knew. She was asking them about mausoleums. She was asking about cemeteries. She was asking them about maps of London's crypts and catacombs. That's the only unique thing I've heard recently. That she was asking for a layout of the largest catacombs of the area.
So let me get this straight. Eliza, the person that you only speak to once a year, seemingly is just as nice as can be. You told me this in the beginning, and then you are now telling me additional information that you decided to withhold because of circumstance.
No, because it did not seem relevant, and then do what you were asking
Everything
about.
is
And I
relevant when
told
a
you it wasn't
situation is
you
present in
asking
London.
about my relation to her, not my members.
I do not mind the members, but you see, the members are part of your affiliation in the council, are they not?
Nah,
You are
I-
in charge of a branch, and yet you are
I am.
not holding accountability. When it comes to a
Yes, and
branch, you
you
have
are
to
meant to
think,
be in charge of...
hold on.
No.
I gave you a chance, let me speak. We'll go back and forth. It works that way. You see, the problem is, with how you're trying to argue with me on this, is that it's a business. You are in charge of them, which means every action they do technically also reflects on you. You reflecting and not actually omitting this right away makes me a bit suspicious. And I would have been okay with that if you had told me a little bit later, sure. But it is also how you have defended Bethel throughout this whole meeting. You have defended him as if he is a true saint, a pariah. You know who also told me the same things? Piotr. And do you see what he is known for? He's quite the lunatic, I'm pretty sure, from what people are telling me. He is fully on board with going to commit a full-blown crusade all over Liverpool to go completely, who knows, ham, as we could say, on a bunch of creatures, and for all we know, how much collateral damage could be played out. If I am correct, and I have heard some various rumors, the guys that he's bringing with are quite rambunctious, quite chaotic, and quite negligent of what they attack in their way. In truth, I feel as if you're acting a little bit incompetent. You're not providing the information, and you're also not reflecting on the factors I've already provided. Eliza came here asking about Earthbound. As I have already provided enough evidence on, I can't say how much she knows, but the fact that I had to be there and actually witness this is more bafflable than I can think. Which means there is definitely a plot, because why was I involved? Why was I dragged of all things into this? I think there's more into it. In truth, I believe she might just actually be a demon cultist. Maybe a true worshiper planning things that even we don't know. What if her plan is to free one of those things that we like to call them and summon an actual demon? Who knows what she might summon? For all we know, she might summon one of the worst things you could summon. Or maybe she went worse. After all, she was mentioning one of the big three's names. And I'm pretty sure if we brought up that fucking creature, one that has corrupted souls for less, that is a little bit more of a valuable point. And I can promise you, she did bring up two of their names and was about to do the third before I had to hush her up. And trust me, I was quite stressed at the idea of her actually succeeding at saying it, especially since she had me under spell threat, of all things, for a meeting. Who would have expected she'd set up a trap for a basic discussion, I thought. But she did mention one thing that caught my eye. Malian Incarna.
She just stares at you. That doesn't mean anything.
It may not, but she mentioned it, which means it is something to note. I don't mind if you wish to defend Bethel because you have a favoritism towards Bethel, but I do need to ask that you be realistic in this current moment. Do not allow your emotions to sway you. I understand that love is a deep thing. I saw it when I had to deal with Eliza. The amount of proclamations she made for the man, the amount of planning she was willing to do, the amount of chaos she was going to commit, all for the
So
love
you
of one
suspect
guy, is
you
incredible.
suspect that Bethel is manipulating her in that stead.
I will not claim that, but I would not be surprised if there might be manipulation at play. In truth, I think it is far deeper. For all we know, maybe Miss Ophelia herself is involved in this. Maybe this is all some grand plan. But I will say this, you are a chapter master first. If you are defending him, then to be honest, you are going against the nature of the Arcanum. After all, we're supposed to be neutral, are we not? My suggestion is we cut him off. I do not want to kill someone if I don't have plausible evidence, but I am very weary of a guy who is affiliated with a girl who attempted to threaten me. What would happen? Who knows?
Right.
Damn.
I understand the point. The rest of the members are in agreement, and that's when you hear the door open. I think I found what happened.
Oh, really?
As William walks over, places down a laptop onto the table.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, the Arcanum has recently and more times been upgrading some of our systems to a mechanical.
Oh, yes, I have heard.
And no, it is not from the Newland Computing Group. I would never trust such a new group when it comes to technology.
I wouldn't trust someone when especially I have to speak of them in such a manner.
I told you, I'd not. This is not from their computing group. But you see, a lot of our files were being moved, and we quite simply just labeled them in here as random books and the like. And I went through my sorting process. Some of them were going to the deep vault in order to be sealed off for, well, innumerable years until needed. It appears that somehow, in the midst of my searching, 2 files swapped names.
Oh, really?
Yes, Ophelia's file should have been sent off to the deep vault. Instead, it was sent to the Cornwall Reliquary House.
Not bad.
Conveniently, every member has gone on one of their crusades.
So there is more of a plot as I was
And
surmising.
the one that was the file that had been sent to the vault was a different file by Miss Ophelia.
Oh, really?
It was her basic thesis on cellular possession when it came to deities and the means of narcissism and pride, reflections of the soul and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
A very undangerous and quite foundational.
So one of the tame works was swapped out for one of the worst works we could have had placed.
And the worst part is, it should have been impossible. This computer is on a closed network.
Well,
I'm only the only one able to access it.
Well, there are other ways. And I'm guessing she found one of those other ways, since there is no such thing as one way. There are paths that are created in various sections. Personally, if I must be honest with you, I would like to form an audit team, since you are here. I'd like to form an audit team, take charge of it, and then continue the investigations, and to make sure we find out who the culprits properly are, and we bring them to justice on this.
I understand. He just nods his head at you. That is a very welcome change. And you hear, are you serious? Like, you can't be honestly humoring her. Be quiet. I'm serious. All of you. And you mean to lead this group to greatness?
Not only would I bring it to greatness, I will also go out of my way and discover who the mole is, because clearly there is a mole who has been tampering with our works. And I will not allow that person to go unfettered. For all we know, Due to the amount of mess-ups that have currently happened here, we may as well just say we have a ghoul. Like a little ghoul watching us for all we know. Someone who's been hoodwinked. And I wouldn't be surprised. Because something is not right. And we need to get to the bottom of this. So yes, I would like to try to take full control of this audit team and personally research and find out who and what has been tampered with. Because who knows what else has been tampered with. This worries me. Because this could spell the downfall of the Arcanum if it is not taken care of accordingly and immediately.
I understand. Here's what we'll do.
Mm-hmm.
I will deviate a number of resources, and if need be, well, I understand your want to consider relations with the Charon group. I believe that we should hold off on such even shaky alliances.
Yes.
Just because, not because I don't trust your judgment, unlike, he looks at Agatha and the rest of them. What I mean to say is, if we make any abrupt moves right now, if these people were even able to infiltrate us, they'll notice that as well, and no doubt they'll make sure the custodians are made aware and make it far worse than it is.
Alright, but I do wish to say one thing, sir.
Yes.
So far, from what I have surmised in my own head, and also due to what we know, my guess is the Inquisition, if they are connected, might have obtained that book, a demonic book for all we know. That would mean that they might have the justification to attack the Arcanum, and truthfully, I don't like the idea of them coming up to our doorstep. We're not that well situated for surprise attacks, I'm sure y'all know.
No.
So, truthfully, I would like to claim, and I guess put a little bit backing on Piotr, of all people. He is capable of keeping them off of us. He is a strong warrior. So truthfully, I do believe if we help him and allow him to go through with his little plan.
I would need more proof of why I should trust him, first and foremost. If you can make an adequate claim,
I
one
can
that will truly
personally,
convince,
maybe I can
would
set
need
up a meeting.
something. Okay, I will not meet with that man.
Very well. What would you like to know? And I can personally get this information.
This is your task. I
Very
need
well.
one irrefutable fact that would prove that he would be willing to align with us at the same amount as the Inquisition, in the sense of a reason, any reason to trust him over any other church lackey. What makes him different? Why do they put interest in him? The simple fact, one, if you can find that one foundational truth, anything sustainable, anything physical.
I will get more evidence on this, but the fact that he did come to me and actually talk to me while at his church, before his own sermons of all things, and personally revealed to me his own army, I do believe he has intentions to work with us. As to what I can probably get out of him, I can probably get much. He seems more than happy to work with us as long as we don't get in the way of what they're trying to do. And they even promised, from what he has told me, that every single thing that they have crusaded through, they will leave behind any grimoires, information, maybe even the materials left behind, just for us. And we would be in no harm. He even claims it. Guarantees it, in fact. But I will get more information and evidence for you, as I do understand word alone is never enough.
I am glad that you understand my trepidation, child.
Yes.
Now,
what if I make him swear a Gies or Geis? I don't know how to say that.
when you say Gius, he stares incredulously at you. I did not realize you knew of the werewolves that well. Such a creation as of them.
Yes.
If you could manage to create a Gius beneath such a strange supernatural pact, and he kind of pauses, if you manage to prove that you were able to even allow a werewolf upon your side, or any of their brethren, to facilitate such a pact, well, I would have to look at you in a new light.
I will have to look into it.
I leave you to it, then. I'll begin to mark up an auditory for you.
Yes.
If you have further questions, let me know. However, I will make one thing clear to you.
Of course.
if it is found out that you are working with Miss Nightingale, I don't believe I need to explain to you what that would do to you.
Oh, I am very well what that would entail. I may have not known who she was when she had called upon me, but I can promise you if I see her again, she will be the least of your worries. I will personally take care of it.
See to it then. As he will begin, as he tells you, now off you go. I need to discuss with our friends here. After all, if this is to take place in Liverpool.
I should mention one thing. During one of my outings, I guess you can call it, I discovered a new place of interest and ran into some interesting fellows. East Hunters.
We have heard the rumors.
Yes, I can confirm with my own eyes I did see some.
We had already expected that Soho might be filled with new Eastern anomalies.
Yes.
As those Kuei-Jin have holed up in there, and now there's even new hunters to deal with.
We could negotiate with them. Well, honestly, I have not seen them fight, but if I had to be honest with you from how they held themselves, I would say so.
Alright then. Alright, you're dismissed.
Would you like me to talk with them about maybe forging something? Maybe we can use them.
No.
Very well. I won't fight.
As I've heard that their relationship with the custodians and the other, what they call themselves, imbued, ascended, those groups. The main thing about William that comes through his speech, as you've known this man for a few years now, he trades this position every so often. The Grand Counselor in these days is for certain issues. He was around during a time of enforcement and security. Now that this is sort of relaxed and, in one part, even enraged into political tensions, he is severely out of his depth. It's apparent on his face. The gaunt lines seem deeper and thicker since before this conversation started.
Yes, I can see that.
Right. I will need to call upon another. He looks at the mask.
Ah.
All right.
Well, that will be an interesting conversation, I'm sure.
Now, I believe I've kept you for long enough. And before you leave, I think it's important to tell you about a recent development. Once the rest of you all filter out, leave. Now it's just the two of you.
Alright.
I'm sure you've heard the rumors in the paper. We've tried to silence them. So has the other hunters. The Knights of St. Adrian go on constant crusades through the night. They pretend to be regular bobbies, hanging out by street lamps once the night comes, hanging out near prostitutes. I'm sure you know what they've been saying, who's back.
Most likely.
Yeah. And it is my duty as a descendant of one of the Whitechapel detectives to attempt to bring him to justice, but I truly believe that he is not of mortal blood. Of mortal, huh? You don't understand. I actually came across one of the witnesses.
Oh, really?
It was as if the blade burst forth from her stomach, moved perfectly in a surgical square, and the organs within geysered forth. Blood squirted out of her. It was as if I was watching a phantom assailant.
Interesting. That is quite a description.
That's not all. These killings are not even happening during the day. I believe a copycat murderer has been bred. Perhaps a group of them. Fanatics.
So you're assuming more than likely we are going to have quite a conundrum on our hands.
I believe that once the daytime becomes more dangerous than the night, the end is truly near.
Yes, that would definitely be something.
So
around
I believe
prostitutes. Ugh.
But no.
As the story goes.
He waves his hand. Now that they're gone, I believe it is wise to authorize and ask protection of the Kyrion group as well.
You wish to rely on the Kyrion group, then?
I believe that the custodians have their uses, and I believe that the Kyrion group would be much more interested in assisting us in the investigation of this Jack the Ripper case.
Possibly. But do keep in mind, as I did report earlier, the librarians in the Kyrion group have been a little bit in a conflict, I'd like to call it.
I understand.
With
So
those
what we're gonna ask
with those
for-
little mages also running about.
I've already prepared something.
Mm-hmm.
You see, as convenient as it might seem, 2 of our agents died in the field the other night. I retrieved their bodies.
May they rest in peace. Well, hopefully they are able to.
By using an artifact, a relic, left behind by a certain person.
Oh, really?
Let's just say that those 2 members now serve as the second skins of our 2 Kyrion allies. I've already had the patience to pre-prepare.
Very well.
They are quite excited to be back in the field, in a place they had just left. Do you know why?
I do not.
Because that means that the orchard is ripe for the picking, and now they'll have new bodies that the custodians won't be so likely to suspect.
Huh. That is quite interesting.
I know it probably pains you, but hey, if Harvard is allowed to sell human body parts of their students, and they did sign a death warrant, well, I should be allowed to use their skins.
Well, I cannot argue.
Now, you should head out. I'm going to figure out who was at the Sons of Reliquary chapter house.
Very well.
Time.
If you do
That
need
file.
me, don't hesitate to contact. Oh, and about the Bethel thing, with the classification 1. Is that able to go into effect soon?
I will put it into effect immediately.
Thank
I have
you.
no qualms. I have actually kept a close eye on such a figure.
Yes. As
I have.
many.
Did you know that Did you know that he has tried to access files in the past of us? He's asked for, frankly, absurd before we even knew that the imbued were a thing.
Oh, he was asking for imbued files.
No, before we knew about the imbued.
Oh.
He tried to pass himself off as simply as one interested, one who knew, using Atticus's, well, the pretense of Atticus. And he managed to squirm a few files out of Agatha. Basic things about sorcery, about the process, about alchemical creation. Things that anyone could do without much practice.
Speaking of Agatha, I might have to mention that we might want to keep a firm eye on her. Due to her reactions and how vehemently that she was defending Bethel, of all people, even Eliza, after all the evidence I presented, she could be a possible traitor. Although this is just theory.
I don't want to think about her that way.
I would like not to as well. But it was a little bit too much. I felt like I was listening to Eliza the same night defending Bethel. It felt like that. It was
He has a
deep.
horrific charisma.
Yeah, clearly. It was enough to
Well,
sway 2 women. Or it was even me.
Then he starts laughing at you. No offense, but a good round of whiskey can control just about any woman.
That is true.
He gets that, and he walks.
Now that you remind me, I need to buy a new bottle of whiskey.
Please, he looks over at his cabinet. Take one.
Oh, why thank you.
I won't have it. Believe me, if I drank all of the vintage found here over the years of our creation, I'd be dead. You'd do me a favor. I believe there's a Sir Philip. I'm sure that's priced somewhere now around $500,000.
100.
Go on, take it. I have
Right,
no need for
thank
bourbon
you.
tonight. Placed in
But
your arms.
I do believe the letter that Bethel had also mentioned might have been a masquerade breach as well. So that might need to be looked into.
What letter?
Well, apparently when he was contacting the, what's his name? Piotr, a letter was sent. Something a little bit much of a huge breach was made. It was why they're going down there.
I will look into that. Although I don't believe, if I look into the postage system, perhaps we'll find something.
Hopefully
It's very difficult to send between, states like that. Any form of territory in that way. Liverpool postage is, thanks to Agatha, constantly regulated.
Yes.
So,
I'm a bit
I
worried.
appreciate it.
If it was able to go through Agatha, it makes me a little bit more worried.
All right, then.
I hope she just didn't know, or that there was someone else who turned a blind eye. I'd like to put
I
faith
have
in our
heard
own.
talk of something called Hunter's Code, so it's possible that they are
Hunter's
using
Code?
some unique form of cant or
You mean like...
Celticism symbols, like just random symbols that only have
Yes.
meaning to their eyes.
Yes, like
Who
the Egyptians would do with the hieroglyphs.
Hieroglyphians, yes. I suspect as much, but I believe that Agatha would have, and anyone else would have intercepted such strange writings.
Such a code would be
Anyway.
annoying, though.
I will see to it that what you've asked of me is done. I will put the class 1 into effect.
Very well. I appreciate that. I wish you the best for today.
I wish you the best
And I
as
do
well.
apologize for having to drop such a heavy load on all of you.
He starts laughing slightly. I should not be laughing at that at my age.
It is understandable.
No. Please. He holds his hand out. It's best that you get going for now.
Yes. Keep safe. She'd say as she'd wave.
I will try.
As will I.
I have a lot of paperwork to do tonight.
Yep.
As you head out,
sadly.
it's just another one of those nights, it seems. With the sky. I mean, one of those.
I got my
evenings.
whiskey. I'm happy.
Yep. Yeah, bourbon, nice bourbon. That's the real that's the real Prince Phillips. Like that, the box that you hold is gold lacquered.
By the way, as she's walking with this drink, a horrible thought has struck her mind. If I bring this back to the apartment, I know it's going to target my drink.
Just drinks it all, comes back totally spotted.
Maybe I can bribe the doll with a little bit of a drink this time. I haven't tried feeding the doll.
God. All right. So the walk back. Are you hailing a cab back? If you walk, it's going to take you quite a long time to get back home. Probably like 3 hours.
I'll hail a cab. I'm not going to walk that far. But I want to put a little bit of preparation in case.
Okay.
Like, just have like
Can we
those
have a
little
moment here?
papers that I have like prepped for an illusion.
Got you. Was it Mystic?
You know, no, it's just after this meeting, we gotta have a little 2-minute intersection here. Holy shit, that was a damn good meeting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was.
Damn.
Pause for a bit.
Honestly. Yeah. Pause for a second.
All right. There we go. Go.
We start back at the house. It's gotten very misty as the evening rolls in. And X. Yes. Now that the box has been wrested from you and the chill has crept back in, murderous thought overtakes you as it once has. These absolute whores, these slags, have chained you up in a body, which, while it does keep you grounded within this world, it's a tether. And they have made sure to bind you to their impeccable surface. A service in which you are forced, in no short words, to carry out their will rather than the true master, that which departs with souls. Now, and not just that, a new opportunity has presented itself already for you. While you waited for any break in that bitch's control, and you found none, much to your vexation, that box has given you something. When you held that box, their control over you waned significantly. Your restraints were being lifted. It had the unfortunate effect of making you vulnerable and peeling back the cold that set over your soul. Take that in whatever manner you like, restoring cognizant thought. But, as I said, the more important thing to take away is that while holding that, whatever the contents of that box truly was, you were free. I ask what your plans are for now. How you feel about Ophelia and Natalia.
In his anger, X's own feelings are he's calculating, thinking.
Mhm.
He really knows that
X Junior.
one option, like, shut the fuck up. That one way of finally escaping their servitude, their grasp, and not being controlled by the little bitches that stuck them in this meat sack, this little flesh, disgusting pile of flesh and bones that they just constructed. Don't even know how to operate it properly, or even stitch it back together anytime they remove it. In that box is most likely will be his, priority. Though he's not going to be dumb about it. He knows that both girls, especially Natalia, will be keeping a very good eye on him. And especially with how much he touches or even carries the box. So he'll have to be smart with and logically and give good reasoning for him to carry or even touch the box. But he also knows that the more he's separate from it, the more anger he gains, which can both be useful for anything else for fighting and to let loose, but will also be useful for when he's finally, has less. When they themselves have less control, and that anger can be used against them. And he'll be more than happy to show both girls what they're truly dealing with.
How will you do it? How will you kill them? Fantasy.
Like how exactly will kill them, or more.
How will you make them suffer for what they've done to you?
X was first. Now, thinking of how to exactly kill this out. He was just can't not even wait. The idea of just ripping her arm off slowly, not even like a full on like tear, just slowly agonizing, ripping her own arm off.
Mm-hmm.
And then while she's screaming in pain, screaming just out loud, a cry even, that no one else will be able to hear besides her and him. And once the arm does come off, and all her blood spills out, showing even the raw flesh and the bone, it's not even like a proper tear of the limb. It's just crude, just disgusting. Not even someone in the medical field would be able to even bother trying to help her. And to add even more, he'd be more than willing to beat her on with her own limb. beating her repeatedly.
Calm
all
down,
across her
Voorhees
body.
Jr.
Shut up. Laughing directly at her. And then he'll probably go up another limb, slowly. And in each limb, he will do it slowly, specifically, while mocking her. Making sure that she, the situation she's in. And even if she does die, he's not going to stop there, no. He's going to make sure that, that with how they have to take off his own limbs and stuff them in is it a briefcase or whatever?
It's 5 individual briefcases.
Yeah, 5 individual briefcase. He might as well do that. Making more of a mock against her. As for Ophelia, he is more curious on what he could do with her. He'll obviously give her the same brutal treatment. But what was that?
I was saying a personal influence. Your mind is delighted by these, yes, but you can feel oblivion whispering in your ears that this is not enough. We talk of grim fortunes, sure, but these are but paltry, childish attempts. Death, oblivion, it must be wrought. It must be forced. It must be given good pittance, like pittance. They have taken you from your sacred duty of serving, and instead of giving, and they believe themselves to be better than your masters. So Oblivion proposes, why not go above and beyond? Don't shove her into briefcases. Don't shove her into caskets. Dear Natalia deserves far worse. She loves her whiskey. She loves her bottles. Take the time to shove all of her within one. Press it, punch it down like grapes.
I swear, if you
until
waste my
leave it-
alcohol, I'll even come back from the dead to kill you, bro.
Stomp her down into the contents of one of those famous English meat pies. And bottle by bottle, fill her up and serve her to the members of the Arcanum. Their throats, sully them, make them feel the same entrapment that you have. And then, by the end of the day, well, her new home will be the pristine bowl of a toilet. The job is diminishment. The job is embarrassment. The job is to create specters like yourself from their suffering. Oblivion wants cruel, and I do mean cruel, comeuppance. They do not want comical, silly, and, well, slapstick. It does have its charms, that is true. But you must remember, your job, first and foremost, is to bring suffering, not levity. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, boss. I'm still continuing with fucking
Ophelia.
Emma. Okay, Ophelia. I was gonna say I thought I forgot her name. Hmm. Hmm. As for Ophelia, he has plans to make her suffer as well. He's gonna make sure it's slow. First, by tearing off her very own flesh, slowly, agonizing, letting all her skin and actual flesh be shown. Going from piece by piece, little by little, wanting to see every tendon shown. And he'll even not even do it all at once. He'll just go for each body part and then let it sit there and rot. He won't let her do anything. He won't let her even try. He'll just let it rot. Maybe even get infected. Do whatever it is. Let it decay. Let it cause her more pain. But he'll make sure that, she won't die from any of that. No. He's going to keep her alive. And he'll keep doing it. And then maybe, after some things are done, he'll use her own body, her own flesh. It might even turn into little food. And spread it. Feed it to amongst her other peers. Let them digest it, eat it. Just not even caring for their fellow man. Hold on,
You're
I'm sorry.
musing. So, the musings that you have come to and fro. You find yourself constantly, and I do mean constantly, at the forefront. These moving tides of anger are not yet abated by these punishments. While they do have their charm, nothing will come to fruition with just simple such as these. Oh, loath be, if only you could make her suffer again and again, to reincarnate. But such is the price, c'est la vie. The spirits in the house loom round and round and round. You find yourself pressed for time. You find yourself at the crossroads once again, where fresh assemblage has left you tired. That's the worst part of this body. You feel of the burdens. Perhaps it was another shackle they gave you. So,
All right.
Hmm?
All right, it's my turn.
I was going to say, if you have anything else you want to talk about.
Oh. We'll go on a rant with this flesh sack of an organic body.
Mhm.
This little substitute, a physical form that he has and that has been shocked into. He both sees some disgusting benefit with it, but in all, he hates it just as much as he hates the two little bitches that he's in servitude with. He despises this little flesh, this organic stack. Like they barely even know how to comprehend how to even put together or even take off. Why must he be in this? It fuels his anger even more. And even if he once he actually does get put back together, he'll make it obvious and make it clear. No matter how many times that, he'll say it. Though he knows it won't really matter to them. Not yet, at least. But to them, he's just someone that they can just use to control. Their rabid dog. But they don't know the awakening that they'll see. Their punishment. Their judgment. The suffering that they will deal with once he is free. All for oblivion.
Okay. So, with these thoughts fresh in your mind, the tenderizing of meat. The drumming of oblivion moves on. So, At the very moment, Abation does find you.
He.
You find that tiredness takes you, and for the first time in a long time, you welcome sleep.
Embracing the coziness of sleep.
Mm. All right. Okay, 1 second.
What the fuck
That's
was that?
Someone's grabbing ice right now. 1 second.
I like it. But you're outside.
Mm-hmm. So, yes, sorry, my bad. My brain's in many places right now. So when it goes on to next, back to Ophelia. As the evening sets in, you have drank your sustainable slop for the day. Your doll chitters left and right. You find yourself...
Wow,
Oh my god, sorry.
what's got you in such a tizzy? Excited at the prospect of that faith engine?
And for once, the doll opens its pretty little mouth and goes, Yeah, I think it would be okay. It's difficult to think a human would find such a wonderful, convenient find, no? In fact, as the voice gets deeper, it reminds me much of when you found me. Imagine my luck.
You know, I think that girl is quite silly. I find it hard to believe that she is the one who, well, thought up this faith engine. Still, it's quite terrifying, isn't it? They seem to have gone a different direction than my approach, but their faith engine is similar to my hate cycle. I haven't been able to automate it yet. This might be the cusp. This might be the core of what I need. What do you think?
Hmm. Hmm. You can hear the deep thinking. It would allow us to shatter the egg. It would allow us to remake what has been lost. Hmm. All right, then. All right. And he nods his head. I've decided we should. At the very least, it would be a powerful tool. I believe that would make her the Oppenheimer of this time, should it be created. Yes.
Huh. Look at you, mentioning historical humans. Then again, I suppose there was much to feed on in that era.
Mm.
But you know, I find as of late, it's difficult to sustain more faith. I know how much you need it. So I've been thinking about expanding a little bit.
Expanding. The shadows, by the
Yes,
way,
yes.
cast by the doll look different than the doll on the table. You see a large figure composed of snakes and bird. The worst mix of physiology. Expansion. Yes. My little Ophelia is finally making waves, is she?
I thought you'd be proud.
I am. I'm more than proud. Do you know how long it took you to finally make friends like Natalia? I swear, you have a talent for finding one woman to stick to before circumstance. So how would you expand? His voice is cold, dark. He's watching you. He's judging your every movement. You know that this, in and of itself, is his chance to criticize you. But he's giving you the floor for the meager attempt at proving his fanciful ways.
Well, we can't just go out and start a cult. Well, it would bring in some loyal followers. They're a little too noticeable. I can't afford to be seen, and your presence here, especially with Inquisition running around, isn't ideal. Instead, I thought of something more antiquated. Like, a confessional.
I can. He starts. You can almost hear that. And then you. I'm sorry, my dear. It's just I had the thought of you in none out in a in a vestment. Ophelia Nightingale dressed in white. Next, you'll
I
say that you'll be
appreciate
reading.
it. I hope you'd be a little bit more serious. Think about it. Where do people go to vent all those negative little emotions? Besides, aren't you demons all about masquerading as the big man upstairs? I thought you liked the irony.
I do.
I intend to make a little bit of a relic. An extension, if you will. I've been reticent of letting your little, well, anchors expand. You know why. You've already got your grips in me. I can't imagine what you'd do to a poor old fellow. Still, this is a more controlled way. You get your little power, and I make sure it's a little bit more controlled. Besides, you've been needing a haircut as of late.
Mm. It happens once I flex my powers too much.
Yes, yes. You're oh so powerful. Still, I kind of think you stand at a disadvantage compared to your kin. They're free to go about as they please, but you're stuck here in this cute little doll. So, I suggest I use your hair to create an extension of your anchor. We place it in a confessional, and every confession bleeds emotional energy, guilt, pain, secrets, and suppressed truth. These generate the most ambient faith. What do you think?
I believe it's a fine plan, but won't the Inquisition find out eventually?
You'd be surprised how well we are at hiding things. Besides, do you think they'd suspect their own churches? They have enough going as it is. Their arrogance at their excuse me, sanctuaries are infallible. It makes it a lot better for us. After you bleed them dry of their emotional energy, they feel resuscitated, making them think it's a benefit. They'll come back and pour more of their dirty little secrets, and we find ourselves some nice customers. No connection to us, and no need for cultists running around.
It's cold. It's calculating. It's vampiric. It's pure leechery off of a higher force. Why? Hmm.
Well,
I agree with it.
I am back.
good, good, good. On another note, I must say, I'm looking forward to good news from my partner. The girl, Natalia. She is quite something, isn't she? I'm so happy I found her. Can you imagine what would have happened if those silly demon hunters got their hands on her?
Hmm.
By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what is that woman's problem with you all anyway?
What woman's?
Lucifuge.
You can hear the voice get. There's a deep sigh that speaks volumes of death. Hmm. They are those who bear the blood that I do, that you do. They are those who have been selected for that purpose. They are members of 666 strong, never more, never less. They flitter about as if they have found relief from what they have done or what will come next. Think of gaining a large sum of money as an inheritance and then squandering it on backstabbing the family that's been providing it to you. How would that make you feel?
Well, I can't imagine the old Morning Star is all too pleased with his family bloodline going down this route.
Hmm. I see. Yes, you have a right about it. Although when asking Lucifer about such things, he seems content. With them running around and making a mess of things.
Never ask. What's your opinion on the old Morning Star?
Considering that out of all of us, he has the most amount of power, but spends his time wasting it. Could you imagine what I would do with that power? You know what I would do. I wouldn't just rig elections.
Really? That's what he's doing?
You hear? When people tell you that the president has rigged an election through demon worship, guess what? Usually, he has a hand in it. And no, that is not a joke. How do you think the Clintons got office? You see, while I prefer finding someone special like you, who I can truly build with, he likes to divide his attention. He fancies himself a true child of God, even though he has long stated that he hates the fellow. Do you get how vexing that is?
I can only imagine.
And to make matters worse, he has his little schisms with Michael. The two of them are just two idiots fighting over the corpse of a planet that's long been forgotten by the one who made it. Brings me no end of joy knowing that the two of them are left staring each other down across. Oh, they know the end is coming, and they can't decide who to take the children and which parent walks home with nothing. As I said, a waste of time. They see the apocalypse as the end, as a chance to tie the string on matters that have been left far, far in the past. But you know what I see the apocalypse as, don't you?
A chance to remake?
A
Rebuild?
chance to remake. We shall break the shell. And why do we break the shell, my dear?
Oh, can you repeat that? I wasn't listening.
So we can break the eggshell. Why do we break the eggshell, my dear?
So you can have a nice little bite of its gooey insides. At least that's what Natalia tells me.
No, my dear, you know the truth. The egg is perfect to some. Observable. but you know what that means for the chicken side. In order for us to gain wings, we must shatter the shell and fly far away. We must leave behind this wretched, molting shell before we are claimed. For a chick to mature within the egg, they must break their own wings. I don't want that for humans. I want you all to move past that. Never be satisfied for yesterday, my dear. All of your achievements from yesterday mean nothing for tomorrow. The shadow begins to recede back into the doll until all you see is that small humanoid figure cast by low lamplight.
Well, that was certainly an enlightening conversation. So I'd like to bring up a little incident here. The reason why Ophelia is interested in resuscitating faith in, well, this demon companion of hers. She doesn't trust it, not for a long time, but it's been so long and she's been so alone. She really does not have anybody else. It's sad when you think about it. Her only companion throughout her long years has been a demon, and one of the worst kinds. She has understood some of its intentions and she knows why it is following her, why it's interested in her, but it is simply inevitable that throughout all this that she would have some affection for it. Irregardless of this affection, because of her strange transformation with this creature, its faith bleeds into her. She is, after all, its cult leader, if we should use such terminology. Other than that, it is the unique power she obtained from deepening their bond. This is almost to the point of being a semi-possession, almost. The family vestige, the mutation, the transformation, a power that, while on its own is already a great boon, it is also extremely dangerous, a trump card, something that she would use only when cornered and having no other option. And once upon a time, she was faced in that situation, uh, an event that left her hands stained permanently from the transformation. She was being hunted by these demon hunters, and backed into a corner, she had no choice but to unleash that power to escape.
That's one of the
Whatever
first.
happened. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, you can go. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say, she was not mentally cognizant during the activation of that power, so she knows not the damage that was wrought. But when she woke up, she was definitely in a state of half death, and her mind, almost as if forcing her, has taken that memory from her. And she has not tried to pry into it.
And bitterly, there is something to reminisce. That moment did remind you of your humanity, didn't it? You felt fear. A fear that this would be the end of your research. But such is the price of mortals. You knew to tread this thorny path, to fracture your ascension, would leave you vulnerable to many dangers that normally could have been destroyed with a flick of your hand. But scholars, at the end of the day, must come from man. Scholars come from mortality. Scholars, like yourself, and researchers may not have all the time in the world.
Yes, in those final moments, it wasn't the fear of death that froze her. It wasn't her fear of failure. It was that she couldn't be of more use, that she hadn't aided people enough to circumvent the apocalypse. That was her regret. And that's
Yeah.
why, after this incident, she was more like a woman possessed, choosing to spend as much time as possible in the pursuit of preventing this, or I guess I should say, transforming this apocalypse into a boon for humanity.
And this golden heart, yes, this deep charitable act of good, as some may call it, is what has had your little demon friend over the years tormenting you and teasing you about it. He finds the entire factor, the whole thought experiment, interesting. And he wonders if his presence fits into your plan. He has offered that if you get the chance and the seat of godhood is open, he will gladly take it in your stead and grant you a pittance for all your hard work.
So, as I spend the rest of the time reminiscing a little bit, planning. Perhaps if there's more filtered faith, then that faith can bleed into her. And if the time should come, she might be able to control the activation of the family vestige. Maybe. There's also the situation with the young girl, Eliza. A girl who is way too in over her head. She needs to, well, plan a meeting. So she writes a letter saying that they should meet in a few days to begin research into the faith engine that she called it. Very simple letter, very to the point, no extra embellishments, just purposeful.
There was
She
a
sends it off.
reminder on
Sorry,
her
go ahead.
on her contact information. On the contact information you've been given, it said that she had preferred telephone to letter.
Well, I'm afraid she's not going to get that courtesy.
Of course. As you write, compose your letter. Is there anything else?
No, I'm just waiting for Natalia, and we're going to investigate the request of our
Which
Eastern hunter friend.
All right. Natalia.
Yes.
As you head home, the bottle of whiskey sloshing, the empty Sir Philip in your hand.
Damn.
You said you drank it on the way there, right?
Oh, I was gonna get some for the doll too.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
I
Sorry,
didn't say I was
with
gonna
an
drink
amount.
it though.
Oh, got you. My bad. So, as you move on into past the door, Ophelia already in the foyer waiting for you.
Alright.
X has Ophelia assembled X?
Yes, and this time I think we're not going to be disassembling him again for quite some time.
Oh, a present for you two, by the way.
Oh.
As you two are talking, you hear a wow, wow, as a large mechanical Doberman is at your front door.
What?
It looks to be something out of sci-fi. It is not in the least bit subversive. Tesla coils run along its back, almost like the spines on a Spinosaurus.
Don't you do it. Don't you say it's all true.
Oh man. If only this was a Spinosaur. She'd mutter aloud. Quite an interesting pet. Imagine just one of them showing up.
Strapped to either of its sides, you see two large pneumonic tubes full of what appear to be, well, new hands for your friend.
Finally. I guess Natalia will go and retrieve the hands.
The Doberman starts going. It holds its tongue out and like tries to lick you. The full tongue of steel feels like satin against your hand, and you swear it even has a saliva trail.
How do they create them, I wonder?
It looks at Ophelia.
I'm gonna pick a fight with her.
It trots over to her.
What is that wretched mutt doing in our house?
Oh, it's giving us a gift. What do you mean?
This. It lays down. It walks over to you, and it disengages the two pneumo tubes onto the floor, in which you see the promised parcel from your scientifically inclined friend. It's been a long time coming. After that, it simply motions for you to open the door, and it trots off into the night.
Toodle off, little doggo. Maybe next time we'll bring a Spinosaurus.
Yes, these are for your friend to do some real damage. While
I'd like to pick up one of the hands and inspect it.
How much is your strength?
We're gonna discover the hardcore way of trying to pick it up. So 1.
No, these are almost too heavy for you.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, plan B. I'm calling in the ghosts. Pick it up, boys.
I'm saying it's almost too much. Each of these hands weighs about somewhere around 20 pounds.
No problem. Calling in the ghosts.
They lift it up before you. They're a lot thicker. They're almost like gauntlets in terms of like how they look. They have heavy machinery in them, as opposed to the much more stealthy blades. These are These are completely mechanized fists. They have you see the slight on the back, the very artistic blue wiring that runs between fingers, and the slight arcs of electricity. These have miniaturized Teslas also built into them.
Huh.
As well, you can hear they still attach into his hand where there
Hold
is,
on.
of course, the chain.
Hold on, I gotta do my part. Hello, Junior. Junior. Hello, Junior.
What?
You want your new hands?
Hands.
Oh, you really do?
Are you-
What are you gonna say for it? Come on. Come on.
Give me the damn hands.
You know the magic words.
Oh, the urge to just.
Oh, I know.
Hey, yo.
You gotta say the magic
Just
words.
because
or
the
no hands.
cognition, like a little thing for you, just because the cognition filter is up and you have to say stuff that's not too fucked up, doesn't mean you can't think it before you say it. So we all are aware how fucked your thoughts are.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
You
Yeah,
can have a
that's
full
not me.
thought
That's
process
not
and say
really me.
something different. Come on, Junior. You know the magic words.
X is really wanting to rip out Natalia's like tongue. He's really motivated to doing it right the fuck now. But it's obvious that he can't.
Stop giving me that stupid glare and just say the magic words. Jeez. We're the
Please.
worst hiders. What did you say? I'm sorry, say again? A little bit louder?
Please.
Good boy. Alright. Ghost, you can hand him the hands.
Unclicking
You'll
it
be able to put them on.
as you unclick the hands off, they hit the ground with a soft squish.
Teensy and less sound they make. These things better slam to the ground and leave holes.
These new ones, however, these new gauntlets, as you put them on, there's a you can hear the internal chain that runs up through to your arm click in with an almost harmonious sound. Oh, it fills you with joy. These are not just simple blades. These are true instruments for oblivion. You can hear them hum slightly with electricity. You can hear them singing the sounds that will soon be ripped from all suffrage. They'll be so much fun to test out. In fact, you can feel an extremely heavy weight in the middle fingers.
I truly am curious how these unique tools shall work for you. So I guess we'll
You can-
maybe do a little bit of a field day.
Oh yes,
Be
there's
fucking
something
better.
there's something in the middle finger meant for boring holes in others. Your ghostly self can wrap around and tell that lodged within the middle finger is a drilling apparatus. A large drill that can. Yeah, you have to remember these hands are, like I said, large gauntlets. So the middle finger is roughly still about like, about like let's say about like 4 inches, about like 4 inches thick.
Yeah, but it's just the thought of him sticking the middle finger.
My own little Solomon Grundy. My little
The
Frankenstein.
And your index fingers, those as well with their unusual thickness compared to the rest, while unwieldy for holding things, why, they make a particular hollow sound when you point them. These are a modified form of pistol.
Alright. Okay, Junior. So, since you now have your new little equipment, I want you to go to the next room and test them. Test them. Give them a little bit of a punch their wall. See what you can do. I mean, we do have that one room you destroyed. Little tantrum little bitch.
X is just going to like crack his
I know you want to
his little
test them,
knuckle
but
gauntlet.
you know, you have to test them in the safety room.
Whatever.
Don't worry, I'll
If
keep
you
an
can
eye
just
on
end
you
the
to
game,
make sure you
get into
don't
the-
cause another
the safety.
cave-in.
X begins to walk away while he's cracking his knuckles, gleaming,
Right.
just excited. Just the thought of these new weapons, these
Yeah.
hands of mass destruction to use as he sees fit.
Yeah,
At least,
Natalia will be keeping an
what
eye,
Boogie
see
wants.
how he does with the new gauntlets.
He's going to try out every little thing and think of any brutal way that he can use these. Either they be fast and effective ways to kill someone or make them suffer.
The drill is potent enough to actually bore a hole through the wall of your patented safety room.
Wait, does he actually do that?
If he
The
wants
first
to.
thing he does, stick up the middle finger.
Oh.
Exactly, and you hear the drill, the whole drill comes out. The whole finger begins to spin.
Well, it seems our friend gave you quite a good gift. Well, now I know a proper torture mechanism with your new appendages. This will be fun.
Only for me.
It'll make the FUs a little bit more memorable, don't you think?
The
One
testing,
thing we can agree.
the testing goes by quickly. It does not take you long, after all. As opposed to a human being who can test it out, your ghost side, your true spectral side, just moves across it, your ghostly coils that tell you every last mechanism.
Intriguing. Well,
And as
Ophelia, what's your opinion? You think he's ready for the good journey?
What do you mean? He could probably cut us in half.
What
I
do you
think he's
mean?
more than enough.
Cut us in half. He would never do such a thing. He's like a doll. Oh.
Keep telling
Meanwhile,
yourself that.
Oh, don't worry. It's the
meanwhile,
only
he's
thing keeping me sane. Imagining my once innocent teddy bear becoming a vile killing machine. What mother would not be so happy?
you're no mother of mine, bitch.
That's why I'm your mother. You don't want to acknowledge me as a mom. That is the best type of child.
He just keeps
An
practicing
independent
ignoring her.
child that is training himself to be the best. Ah. Anyways, Ophelia. I went through and spoke to the Arcanum today, as I'm pretty sure you would have known.
Yes, how did your meeting go?
Oh, well, I've orchestrated quite a story. In fact, I have now gotten a position where I will be given enough power to go and investigate where the mole came from. Since I am quite curious where the hell that document was provided. But apparently, from what I found out, files were mislabeled. I doubt that's a coincidence between us. As to whom did it, there's suspicions of a little bit of a defect on the... By the way, what part was that side when it was mentioned?
What do you mean? What
Like
was mentioned?
with the archiving of like both files?
That was at the very end when
Yeah.
he had mentioned that one of them was sent to Cornwall. It was one of her old like I told you, the basis of possession work was exchanged with one of her others. Something that would be, in the small scheme of things, very difficult to find in the moment, but broadly that would be the same as basically two entire libraries swapping a book.
Okay. Yes, so it was something connected to Cornwall, and it looks like it was a swap up on that part, but I doubt that's a coincidence, like I was saying. Another thing I did was, well, put up a big hit on someone for once. Labeled him the #1 enemy, got him barred from even being able to ask for even a dime. I put him as a, let's say a #1. Honestly, I feel bad for Bethel. But he's kind of becoming an issue. Especially with all these people supporting him all the time. Kind of worries me. And it seems to also worry their Arcanum. But I did discover something else interesting. Agatha. Ugh. Either she is charmed by some dude, by his own looks, or she's in on it. Something isn't right. She's a little bit too emotional when it comes to him. As if she's raising him as her own grandkid. She seemed quite surprised at the mention of you, I should mention. Hey there, mister?
Well, I
Oh.
have been a bit of a ghost as of recent.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you didn't tell them about your connection to me?
No, I had to twist that to ever-living shit, let me tell you. I had to tell them that you personally called me anonymously and asked me to show up and only told me your first name. I had to be as vague as I could, and obviously because I wouldn't have had any files on you in the beginning, and there's no mention of you, it worked out pretty well. I did say that I had to meet with you, and that you had some vile intention of why you wanted a newbie of the Arcanum to witness this, taking advantage of, well, ties that you might have. That way, it makes suspicions increase on certain members. How did you have this information, little wonder? Honestly, the implications I put on Agatha might have been a little too much, but it's her fault for getting a bit emotional. I also did try to speak with them on getting the Piotr bit going well. I think I have a chance. I just have to speak a bit more Piotr, make sure he guarantees their protection, and then he can just go on a rampage. No questions asked, which will make it a little bit easier with some of the other plans.
Huh, well, I see you've managed to snag yourself quite a useful position to expand on your
Yep.
knowledge-seeking activities.
Oh yes, I'll be able to get more useful information out of stuff. Well, I already had a
Well,
good amount of information, but more is better.
we can deal with that. Celebrate it after we return. But for now, I'd say we go and deal with the little request.
Very well. Oh yes, I forgot this wonderful whiskey I have recently procured. You could pass some to the doll. Maybe it won't blow it up if I, well,
I
pass some.
I hope it does.
I have nothing to say in that regard.
Who knows? Maybe they're a fan of drinks. I've never offered one before. I'm in a good mood. I'll try. Although if it blows it up, it isn't on me. It's not my money that was wasted. The Arcanum head actually gave me this as a little bit of a congratulations.
Good on you.
I had to check it to make sure there wasn't any weird twist to it, but it looks like it's fine.
Right, of course. By the way, Sai, this might be the time to bring in Terracochi before we head out.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's different.
He's deaf.
He is deafened, though.
Give me a second. Let me message him.
Wake the fuck up, samurai.
Mm.
We got
Should I
see
pause
the
for a bit in case, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
There is a brief knock on the door.
I wonder who that is.
As you're about to head out,
Hmm.
you see a young man, slightly tan skin.
He looks like one of those locos. That's usual.
On his side, in no hidden way, you see what appears to be an actual curved sword that you might find in an Egyptian movie.
Oh, I've got some jokes for that one.
Ah, here we go.
Alright, I guess I'll open the door. Ah, greetings!
Hey.
Greetings!
Hey,
Good
By
evening.
the way, oh, sorry.
So what?
Wait, what time of day is it?
let me just give you your name real quick.
All right. Just wanted to say, hey, Karna, we're about to go fight some ghost thingy. That's your expertise, bro. You're
Yeah.
meant to kill ghosts. You better
Yeah.
not disappoint me, bro.
You better carry.
Just remember, do me a favor, bro. Lock the fuck in.
Lock in.
Remember, we don't usually bring you out to go fight. Remember,
Lock
you're
in.
going to kill something, bro. Killing, bro.
Yeah.
That's your passion right there.
Yeah, no. Why do you think I'm just gonna go freaking full on Adam Smasher?
Probably was gonna.
Let me send you the character sheet thing. Look if you agree with some of the stat allocations. If you want like all the other stuff, like if you want stuff in firearm stuff, that's like stuff that's mechanically enhanced you. This is just your base shit as like a wraith that I thought might be useful to you.
I can.
By the way, is the person I'm greeting Terracochi's character? Just need to make sure.
Yeah, just so you know, I put a
Onward.
Onward. What?
Am I Indian?
I don't know.
I put your name in DMs.
Yes.
I guess you're Indian.
I'm from Indian.
Alright, bro, I got the greatest joke for you. You ready?
What did you?
Alright.
By the way, what time of day is it?
Sorry, what time of day is it?
It is evening. Like I said, this is it is roughly somewhere around 7:30 at night.
Okay, yeah, this works well. Alright, greetings. By the way, I know his name, Anwar, right?
I mean, no, it's Keelam. Keelam Onward.
I don't know what his character's name is.
Good evening. I am Keelam Onward.
Glad to see you again. I don't know why you keep greeting yourself to me. But I guess I have a new joke for you. Ready?
Jokes. I'm not here for jokes.
Oh, no, you're always here for a joke. You know the rules.
Fine, go ahead.
All right. Is that a curved sword, or are you just happy to see me?
I'm unhappy. You know, it's not a curved sword.
The fuck you mean it's not a curved sword?
It's clearly a straight sword. Open your
Straight
eyes.
sword. It's curved.
It's a Kopesh.
It's a damn khopesh. You not know your Egyptian terminology.
No.
You know what? Go back into Egypt. Go look at the mummies, and then get on your hands and knees, kiss King Tut's feet, and apologize for your incompetence. You have brought shame
Oh, it is
to your
curved.
sword.
Oh, my bad. I closely look at my sword. You might be right.
Oh man.
He appears a bit vapid, perhaps
Are you-
a bit overwhelmed.
Are you a bit high or something? Is that what's going on here? Usually you're more,
I am not.
as they'd say, locked in.
I am plenty locked in. I stare into your eyes.
You don't have to look me in the eyes with such a lecherous gaze, you creep. But I understand.
Wait, you're a female character, right?
Yes.
Right.
By the way, she's only like one of the biggest trolls you'll have to deal with, so you're good. Everything
Right.
she says may as well just be a fucking lie. I feel like he
I know
would
something
know
like that,
more
so-
about the real her, since he's dealt with her in the past.
Like, maybe.
Is that true, Sai, or no?
Enough with your jokes.
What'd you say, Salter?
Would he know the real personality? Like his character?
No.
Alright, good. Then I'll just keep it up. What do you
Anyway.
mean, jokes?
Enough of your chit chat. Let's get to business.
Oh, you want business. Okay. So what brought you here? No, I'm not selling my robots.
Yeah, robots?
Yes, I have robots. Of course I have robots. I have random toys around the house. Of course I do. No, not in a way you're probably thinking. But, you see, this is why I think you're a pervert. You sigh at the mention of robots. You're ecstatic over robots. But I'll let it go. I'll forgive you for your sins and your incompetence of knowing what a khopesh is. But, I am curious as to why you're here.
I'm here for Ophelia. Ophelia Nightingale.
Another woman. What a cheater.
Yes.
Anyways, Ophelia, you have a eccentric guest who's happy to see you, even has his sword ready for you.
Excuse me?
Don't question me,
Even
question
Miss
the guy
Ophelia?
with the sword.
I am Sir Killer. I am at your service.
At my service.
A
In what
man
regards?
after your heart.
Great enough
I am here to
fool to
assist
join
you.
us.
On your quest.
What?
Welcome to the derailing.
Wait, what did he say? Wait, what did he
I'm
say?
here to assist you at your request.
Oh my god.
He's here to serve.
Why am I not supposed to do that?
Hands and knees. His dream of a goth mummy has been found.
Oh my gosh. Who's this incompetent fuck?
Man, Natalia really messed you over, didn't she?
I'm not supposed to be like your servant or something.
No.
No, no, no. No. Hold on. I want to say that.
You're the fucking bitch.
No, wait, hold on. You know those comments are like leaning backwards behind like a wall or something, like at the corner, like leaning forward, behind a corner while looking at people strangely. That's what X is doing right now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
X,
Well,
maybe we should
but
use
anyway-
your drill to help this man remember a few things.
The
What
awkward
the fuck are you talking
silence.
Forgive my
Awkward
incompetence.
silence that takes over. That takes over the room. The sheer disbelief that has been shown upon all sides seems to jar you back into reality.
Forgive my incompetence. I'm here to watch over you and protect you.
Now you're a white knight. What kind of roleplay
Okay,
are
stop
you
fucking
into?
with them. What? Yeah, stop.
Very
I
well.
assume you were sent by the library?
That is correct.
Well, I suppose they are thorough, if anything. But you've caught me at a little bit of a bad time. I'm about to go and do some work. Unless you want to stay here, follow along.
I will stay at your side and watch everything you do.
Natalia would hold her
Observe
tongue,
your every.
resisting the urge to say white knight.
Hey,
Well, aren't
I'm not
you a
wrong.
flirt?
Let me see.
Ophelia, we're planning to take him with. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it doesn't seem like we can get rid of this one. Now, can we?
Well, I mean, I'm not against him
I
coming
can get rid
along.
of
He
him.
has a sword. Maybe he'll be useful as he swats at air.
I doubt it.
Well, considering he's a member of the library,
Oh,
Of
he might
course.
have some interesting powers to show us.
I hope so. I really do.
I have
It'd
not.
be
I'll allow your impression to be on how you handle the situation. Although, you could just sit back and let Junior, I guess, handle it as well. But if you want to impress, well, your Mademoiselle, she points at Ophelia, then I guess you might want to, brandish your weapons.
I have no one to impress. I am loyal to my job and my job only.
Alright. Whenever, I guess, Ophelia is ready to go, then we shall go.
Yeah, I'm done. Let's go.
Very
Of
well.
course.
good.
As you all enter the horrific,
God.
like, from an outside perspective, the terrifyingly sized truck that houses X's body as a driver. Seriously, this thing's horrifying.
Did we keep the
Size-wise.
lead box away
That
from
is your
X?
choice.
No, I keep it at home.
Okay. I don't want the thing near him for a while.
Mm.
I gotta let him build up his rage.
Saying that.
So, which of your little requests shall you be aiming for first?
Well, I said we're going to deal with that wraith.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, then. Let me grab real quick. The exact location that
Sure.
she had... Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no, Salter has already done the
I did my
Piotr
job.
request thingy. Eliza's already been scheduled. The library thing has already been scheduled. The only one left is the wraith thingy, which is why we're doing it right now.
All right. So, you will be going a bit further into Soho. Have you... Let me go real quick. You'll be going to Westminster. And as you know, it is the entertainment district with since its creation, the sex industry over there is quite rampant, as always. In fact, you will be going to... Where are you? What? Wrong? One second here. Yes, my bad. So, as you go into the West End of London, your exact location was a bit unsuspecting at first. It's an old playhouse, left to time, left to rot. It's known as the Red Lady. This opera house went for about 2 years before being burned down, while the outside had been completely torched. Ophelia had been contacted in the past about a job like this, but it had been for pocket change, and there hadn't been anything interesting about it. Simple ideas of basic poltergeist. Someone even suspected gremlins. Nothing that would have piqued any interest from one such as yourself. Yet, now that you see it up close and the power behind it can be felt, just standing here, you can tell there is a real and physical source of energy that disturbs you. The sensitivity to spiritual power that you feel, Natalia, is on edge. Something is wrong.
Oh, well, this is not good. Honestly, the spiritual power in this area is a bit abnormal, Ophelia. Really odd.
Well, you don't say. Prepare your little, well, prepare whatever you need.
Well, honestly, I want to know if there's any cameras around here. I have to figure out if I need to wear a mask.
You
Well,
can.
I want to
Besides,
check around for cameras. So,
you can. However, I will recommend, like, for you, that's necessary. But cameras don't really work very well against Ophelia because her infernal taint is so bad. They just see like some fucking shadowy thing.
yeah.
If you wish to look, how are you looking around
I'm
for?
doing checks, like, around, like, the street and everything, seeing if there's any hidden camera, like, little small cameras or anything. Like, any obvious. If not, then I'm going to cast an illusion to mask my face. Maybe distort my whole appearance. Alter it.
I just using this fedora.
I'm going to make myself into... Like, after I'm done checking for the cameras, I am going to do it anyways. I'm going to distort and alter my appearance into that of a male.
All right. Well, regardless,
A male in a suit with some glasses on, so they can't see my eyes.
there may have been cameras at some point,
Hmm.
but they have been completely burnt out.
Oh. Well, if that's the case, I won't worry too much. Although I will put a cap on, and then, cover myself in a trench coat. Make sure it's a little bit less, easy to catch me.
In fact,
Copy.
the power lines above don't seem to reach this end of the street. It's completely cut off from the rest of civilization.
Intriguing.
Makes this easier.
Yeah, it should.
More fun.
Maybe you won't bonk your head on some power lines. But anyways, it looks like it's clear to walk around, so... As to what's here, I'm curious, although like I said, we need to be a bit cautious. Make sure you don't ruin yourself again, Junior.
You worry about yourself. I'll worry about my
I'm
own
always
So how
worried
much-
about myself.
So how much have you been hiding your abilities from us, Count?
Oh, Finn in character.
No, no, obviously not. I said
Out of character.
I'm calling you out.
He
man.
said
Yeah,
count,
yeah.
yeah. Like, are you concealing them from us, or have you been fully open? The more open you are, the more they know about you, so...
No, he's gonna be an asshole. He's not
Mm.
losing no like he's not gonna show his like most of his abilities
Right.
unless he will a situation
How-
actually requires it.
So the reason I ask this is because how much has your pent up murderous intent raged, or I guess reached its threshold, its saturation limit, that you think I'm gonna cause as much havoc as possible while I have the chance? How far has that gone?
Listen, I just been driving this roll. I'm gonna make my own freaking guess and assumptions.
You can also take advantage of Natalia's taunts towards you and let them build up.
Yeah, I know that's what I
He
use.
is doing that intentionally,
That's what I've been using.
yeah. Healing off of
That,
Natalia alone.
his anger, like he really once things start to go I would say off, even the slightest hint of it, he does have like intentions to let loose.
Interesting.
Like he was kind of basically that ticking time bomb.
Okay.
The doors.
So you have the options, if you're gonna go that far, to use one of your abilities. I gave you something called Tempest Weaving. It's a very useful thing.
Okay.
So,
The door.
are you interested in using abilities now, or you want to keep that a secret still?
But keeping that a secret.
Alright.
The actual door of the building creaks open. Heavy, chilled winds begin to blow through, as if ventilation. You hear the crickling and the crackling of electricity trying to meet its ends, and the sign above this opera house begins to flick on in a lopsided manner. A few light bulbs missing. The large billboard style girl kicking her leg up and down. Only the legs move. The head creaks and falls right off, almost hitting Ophelia.
Damn, bro.
Actually, just obviously
Oh my,
really hoping
Ophelia.
that actually did hit her.
You actually almost
The
got
cri-
hit by something so
Be more
meager.
careful, miss. I put my hand in front of her.
The crooked head of the billboard woman that has almost beheaded you with itself lays on the ground, broken and twisted, with that same painted on grin.
Only was a few inches close.
How dark is it?
Interesting.
I turn on flashlight.
What's up? I'm checking
Actually,
something
just
as
gonna
well.
walk up to freaking door.
Mm.
You know, I'm not very happy about all this. So, I'm going to tell these guys. Oh, our guest seems to be expecting us. You lot, buy me some time. I'm going to try to bind it.
Very well.
He's already moving. He's already moving forward. Nope.
By the way, is there any ghosts like in the vicinity since we're in this area?
I believe you need to use one of your abilities to actually check for that, right?
No,
Can
I
I-
should just have a passive ability, right?
Does
I
he have
can
a
see
passive
Can I
and
use one?
hear.
His death sight allows him to see. He closes off his senses to the physical world,
I was talking about
and
for
he
Natalia?
sees.
I mean,
Yeah, for
no,
Natalia.
I mean,
he
in
closes his
natural,
senses to
I
the.
should just be able to see, hear, and speak to them if they're in my vicinity.
Yeah, but that's if they're in your vicinity. Well, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking about, the vicinity.
There's a spirit here and there, but none of them seem to actually want to get within a certain amount of this property. It's actually pretty unhaunted near the opera house.
All right, then I also do want to try to utilize Death Sight. May as well use it.
So that's just that same ability that'll look around.
You have to activate it because it is a spell.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to activate it. It's a
ritual.
ritual. Yeah, so I'm gonna describe the ritual, I guess, on a pair of glasses. Actually, on the sunglasses I was carrying with me.
All right.
That way I can only see the ghosts around me, but the problem is I can't.
Please,
Let's see,
bitch.
wait, they can't see the ghost call home. Yeah, I can't see the environment that they call home, but when I use the ritual, it changes that, so I can see everything that they see.
Okay.
They can actually appear into, yeah, and I'll be able to appear into the Shadowlands, but it only lasts for 1 minute per success on the ritual.
So you gotta roll it.
Yeah, and I don't know how to roll it yet. I'll let you decide
It's
that
your
one.
stat. No, it's the stat you use. So the casting stat, I believe, has to be perception, and then the rating of the actual
Perception
abilities.
and a loot. My mortal necromancy, so 3. So 60,
Yeah.
10. All right, I can work with that.
threshold for this would be, I would say, probably. I think it's still 6.
Okay.
I don't know, but
60, 10. Okay, I got. I don't think I got shit.
You did it.
oh, you bought.
Yeah. Oh well. Well, I
What
suck
is-
at doing.
Oh, this is a terrible place to botch
That's
because his ability seals his
horrible.
sight, right, from the
Oh.
physical world and only lets him
Oh.
look into the Shadowlands. So
I don't know what it's gonna do if I botch it, so I don't think I'll be able to look in.
you're
It's,
just
Or I'm
you're
just
it says
blind.
yeah.
it's not, it
Rose
will
is
say
blind.
it will say what it does. So let's
Yeah.
see, mortal necromancy. You said it right.
Yeah, it's mortal
Rose is
necromancy.
blind.
It doesn't say anything
look
about
at the
botching
death
it though.
side. Well, it doesn't give you a because it's a temporary, like it's a an example spell.
Let's
Or it's an
see.
example
Let's see.
ritual.
It lasts for 1 minute per success on the ritual. So because it failed completely,
Price of failure. That's what it is. Okay. Oh.
Good luck, buddy.
by failure must pass. The results
How
in
many?
nothing
How many?
happening.
How many temporary willpower points do you have?
Temporary. You mean
How many squares do you have?
Squares.
How many squares do you
1,
have?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, so what happens is you gain a derangement.
Oh yes. So I
You piss
last
off
1 week.
you piss off every ghost in the area.
Ooh,
Oh,
beautiful.
no.
That includes count.
Perfect. Well, that's expected.
And your soul begins to leave your body.
What the fuck?
Wait,
So unless someone can keep your soul from leaving, you will be outside of your body for a full month, and you will gain that derangement for at the very
Oh,
minimum.
what? That's crazy.
all right. Well, instinctually, because of this one botch, and mainly due to an experience from long ago, she would shout out Ophelia. A little bit in a
Go on.
shout.
I can't hear spirits.
No, this is before she even leaves her body. She's just shouting at you.
Oh, speaking of which, you might have to do a willpower or something
Can I
because
resist this,
I can't
actually?
imagine.
Yeah.
I can't imagine looking at me is gonna be very well for you. I'm so tainted that it's
Yeah.
ridiculous. So up to Sai.
Actually, can I resist the effect?
No, you can't.
Ugh.
So in her desperation, she is able to look past your taintedness, and you see her voicelessly yell out to you, as for even a brief moment it's apparent to your eyes, you see a vapor like smoke leaving her mouth.
Well, this can't be good. Natalia? I kind of shake her.
Her eyes are rolling up. Her eyes are going dead, as if the very anima of her bones are leaving.
Start
Jeez.
giving to myself.
X is just looking
This
at her.
is.
Like,
Well, I
What a fool.
can't hear you or talk to you if you're still around here. If not, I'll summon you and then bind you
Yeah, we should be able to do
later. Right now we're in enemy territory. I simply do not have the time for this.
that. Shit.
fool.
What a fool.
Well, at least it allows me to see what's going on around me. Anyway, since I'm in a spirit state, and I have no choice against it.
Oh, wait, guys. Karna. He's
Yeah.
he's in spirit state.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah, I know.
your opportunity has arrived.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Anyways, I'm gonna go
Exactly.
float through the ceiling and get out of here. Have a good day. Haha.
Well, the thing is, though, the funny part is he doesn't have any weapons that can hurt spiritual entities right now.
That is true. I ain't taking the risk though.
Son of a bitch.
You mean
No,
Count?
Count does not have any Stygian steel or anything else to physically touch
No,
her.
he doesn't need Stygian Seal. He's a Spectre. His
Yep.
abilities are made to
That's
fuck
what I'm
wraiths.
expecting.
Anyways, I'm flying away. Have a good day.
He has
Come on,
his
Connor.
shadow powers, by the way,
I'm
which
going after
absolutely
him.
fuck.
Fuck him up, fuck him up.
His powers.
Well,
let me
no.
see here real quick.
The issue is the soul is ejected. Her soul is not like
It's not dead.
staying in this
I'm just
area.
ejected.
So what happens is the soul is out. However, her body begins to lurch.
Actually, can I just try to force myself back?
I don't see how this means he can attack her. I mean, if
Well-
anything, because she's not a wraith, that makes her even more vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, well, I suppose so.
No, I'm
You
leaving.
need to attack her with her
No,
with her
come here, bitch.
abilities.
No, I'm
Yeah.
gone,
Come on,
bro.
Connor. Kill him. Kill
Yeah,
him.
let's see you punch
Jeez,
the
that's a-
walls.
So funny enough, actually, you don't even need to use actually try to attack him. You have stuff like your shade. Look at the shade power sections, right?
Bruh.
The Echo of Last Breath is not applicable here. That's when you die. You run out of your steam power, the Corpus. The Corpus stat is your physicality stat. For you, you have a high Corpus because you're in a body right now. That doesn't matter to you right now.
Failure.
And
you have enough angst to when you use your shade powers, you use your angst as fuel.
So, as I was
Wait,
gonna say,
if I have less than 3 temporary will points, then it would last a week. This should only last an hour.
no, you botched. You did not fail. You botched. Your derangement lasts a month, and this will last
Does it
up
say
to a
that?
month.
Let me see.
It does.
Please.
It
Oh, I see
literally
the
is.
dot. Yeah.
Yeah, botches are truly dangerous.
That's
Yeah.
wrong,
month
buddy.
and near certainty of very angry ghost.
Yeah, if we were in enemy territory right now, I'd do the ritual for you right now. But I'm already preparing my binding ritual to try to get this ghosty thing over here.
So your body.
Go
So,
after the consultant.
Ophelia, I was gonna tell you. Out of nowhere, her body lurches up, and it seizes on you. You feel her arms grab onto yours, and her mouth open wide as she attempts to bite you.
Terracochi?
Do I see it?
White Knight? White Knight?
Yeah, obviously you fucking see it.
Oh, I
Help
see.
me.
Is
Get back,
is
you
this
fiend!
is this
I,
soul still
I,
out?
can I shoot the
Bro,
ghost?
I already flew away.
Can you
I ain't
shoot the
staying
ghost?
here.
You want?
No,
Can
X is
you
going after.
shoot? Bro, it's not
X is going
necessary.
after
Just
this,
pull her off of
Natalia's
me, bro.
soul.
What do you mean?
I shoot the ghost.
Okay, you shoot the ghost. Roll me to shoot. Roll me dexterity and firearms.
Ghost!
All right.
Ghost!
Oh, my boy.
Which one?
I don't know.
He shoots
I
cars.
shoot the
Oh wait,
So wrong.
I forgot. Bro has second sight.
firearms.
He didn't activate
Yes,
it
he
though.
was like,
He didn't activate it.
Yeah, so he can't,
Oh,
he's
never
just
mind. Then
shooting
what ghost are you firing?
Yeah.
What
I
ghost
think
are
he
you
means
firing?
I think he means he's shooting the slowly become the feral Natalia that's trying to bite you.
Why?
Why?
You're a dumbass.
Bro, just get him off
you-
of me. You have physical strength.
What are you
Fine,
saying?
can I just punch the ghost? You know what? Just punch the ghost. God damn it.
Yes, you want to punch her? Good. Do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Just
punch.
Roll
punch
me,
the
roll
fucking
me
woman.
brawl and dexterity. Roll me brawl and dexterity as you
I'm
bare
gonna shoot
knuckle
your
ball.
leg.
I'm gonna be
While
a
he's
nice
doing
ghost for
that,
about 1
Whatever
month.
you're going
Well,
to do, do it.
While he's doing
Alright,
that,
seven.
X is going after fucking
No, I'm already gone.
Natalia's soul.
No,
No,
I'm gone.
I'm going. Nope, too late. You can't run.
All right.
No,
So what?
he's
What?
already
All
on
right.
the
What'd you
How
go?
many successes is this? What's the
You know
difficulty?
what? I'm gonna use
Six
something
is
called
standard.
ore
Okay,
farming.
so you have a total of 4 successes. You are going to roll me then. That is going to be what is your strength? Is how much is your strength?
2.
So 2 plus that would equal So you're gonna roll me. That is gonna be yes. That's gonna be 5d10. And remember 6 is for a wound.
Come on, got this. Yes. Yes. I
That's
did.
pretty good. That's pretty fucking good.
I
Yeah.
did.
What's your stamina, by the way, Salter?
5.
Mine.
I don't still around. I'm like,
Mine?
No.
My
you're-
stamina is 2.
All right.
5 successes. Damn.
That's crazy.
Let's
Bro's
see how well it goes
intentions
for
is
her.
to kill my
Oh
body.
my god, it's slash.
roll.
Slash.
Bro's real intentions is murder. I ain't even done shit to him.
All right.
you fake jokes.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's a
Wait, it's a
1d10, by
1d10.
the way.
Oh,
I forgot. My god, I was holding the other
oh,
one.
I was about
It was
to- I was
valid.
about to laugh.
Yeah, please don't let that be a 1, bro. You
No.
gotta do better.
What are you doing?
Damn.
What are you doing?
Damn.
Just do a 2 to
That's
10.
I counted the first one.
Nah,
already,
nah,
dude.
bro. Hey,
That's crazy.
That's fucked up, bro. No,
That's
don't do that kind of gay
nah,
shit.
come on, bro.
No,
Come on,
okay,
bro.
okay.
Do it right, bro.
Okay.
If I'm a
Oh.
ghost, I at least want a chance, bro.
Still get the one. Still get the one.
Come on. Oh,
Okay,
At least I
one
got a
success.
what is this?
So your fist collides with her face dead on before she can bite down as your eyes steal over. And Ophelia, you watch as her whole body lurches as he punches. I mean, forces her off. She gets hurtled about a good 3 feet, rolls over, her legs up in the air, her head between them, as she just starts tumbling like a bag of bones.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I know in the near future, someone
You know,
is definitely
hey,
my
actually,
target.
low key, this might be Karna channeling hatred into Terrakochi.
Do you
Deadass.
see, by the way, I just let you know, her nose.
doing this job.
He definitely broke her nose.
I shall
I think with
Respect for
that
me.
punch, it isn't just her nose; her fucking teeth are gone too.
No, there
Nah,
is
just a nose, bro.
in your shoulder, Ophelia. You see one of her canines.
Oh, that's fucked up, bro.
Damn.
Correct my knuckles.
Now can I go after the freaking guy? I already
All
All
said
right.
I
So,
wasn't
what
going
shade
after
abilities
that.
would you like to
Oh,
use?
God.
What ability? Come on.
I'm left.
I know you didn't.
No, I'm gone, bro. Sorry, it's not that hard to
Count,
leave.
just pick something. You have two. You have the Dark Arcanoi advantage thingy, and you have the Shade powers. But the Shade powers cost you angst. Remember that. You got a limit supply.
Isn't his ghost ability sealed since he's in a mortal vessel?
No, he's a wraith. Those are things they
No,
can
but
do
you
regardless.
mentioned it was sealed.
Yeah, you did.
No. We trapped him
You-
in a body. That
Yeah,
doesn't
you
mean
mentioned he was sealed.
sealed in what way?
You said his abilities were sealed off. That's why we had to give him
No.
mechanized parts.
No. I didn't say his ability was sealed off. I said he was sealed to the body. That's a tether. That's not his powers being sealed.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm still leaving though.
Again. No, you're not.
I'm gonna go be depressed in the parking lot. Y'all have a good day.
So
So,
pick
I
something
have
that looks
three- I'm looking at
interesting,
three
and I'll
things.
give you a brief overview of what it does, and we can go from there.
Bro,
Tempest Weaving.
bro's plotting my death.
Tempest weaving. Okay, let me check real quick. Wait a moment. Okay, so Tempest weaving, Spectre exclusive, or suited to travel, manipulation, tear within the Tempest, the chaotic metaphysical storm that surrounds Sitia and connects realms. Let's see here. Create a small nihil in a haunt or open location. Lasts for one scene.
Bruh.
And that's a level 1, by the way. At level 3, it says here, summon a tempest surge that sweeps through the area connected by the nihil, causing damage, disorientation, or may awaken dormant shadow. So this is a thing used against wraith and stuff. So this will not just hurt whatever thing you're trying to fuck over. It will hurt everything here, like spiritually, like every spiritual shit in this area.
Do it.
But you
Yeah.
have to first open a
Oh.
nihil, which you can do irregardless. Like
Oh, yeah.
it's like creating a fracture in this entire area over here. Ironic that we're using the campaign name.
Mm.
Okay. All right.
So
Well-
you can also, like it says here, you can summon forth minor spectral echoes, fragments of lost souls that distract or confuse. Let's see here. Summon tempest spawned creatures. Damn, that's dangerous.
Yes, it is.
So all the
So-
spirits here are gonna get fucked up and attack everything, each other, like just pure chaos.
All right.
All right.
Now, before I decide that, I want to look. I want to ask like one more, just for like information, basically, like just see between which one. Freaking life and death. What is that?
Oh, life and death means that you can disguise you being a specter. So you to anybody else, if they look into you, they wouldn't see a specter; they'd see a wraith.
Okay, well that's something useful for Matt to fuck over Salter. Oh,
Bro, it's
Harold.
really
So
gonna
what
kill
what you
me.
use to what you do is you use your angst pool, your current angst pool, plus your tempest weaving points at a difficulty of 7.
Okay, I'm just gonna use go with the Tempest. I'll go with the Tempest.
If
Alright.
here's the thing though, wait, so I can rule in your favor. If it's a location that's suited to a nihil opening, like where we currently are, a haunt, the difficulty can be lowered.
Okay. So
Remember, this is an ability that uses angst, so remember that.
Okay.
all
Yeah, I'm
right.
using Tempest. Do it. Let's fucking go.
All right. So roll that shit, I suppose. What's the difficulty meant to be in this case? I meant to like what's the base difficulty?
The base difficulty is 7. However, this is
I would put this.
a haunt.
I
you
would
can,
put this down to a 6.
Damn.
Bro, everyone's against me.
That's just fair.
No, this isn't about being against you. You fuck with this dude, and now he's gonna fuck you.
Bro, I don't mind fucking and all that shit, bro. But come on, at least keep it 7. Give me a chance.
All right, it's at 3. So 60-10, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fucking bet.
Wait, sorry. What did you say?
Fuck,
Holy shit! I take it back, bro. That is more of a
that's some
botch than I.
bullshit. You're
This is
lucky.
called
Wait, hold on,
karma.
hold on.
That's
Wait, no,
Karma,
hold on.
bitch.
What did he roll? What did he roll? That's not
Everything
the
won.
roll. No, wait, hold on.
It's a
I don't think that's
1, 1,
valid
1,
because
5,
wait,
7,
what
5.
did how did you come to 60-10? It's more.
No, I asked you guys if it was a.
No, it's your angst, the current angst points you have plus your tempest weaving. So that's actually 8d10.
Oh, never mind. Oh, never
Nah,
mind.
make it a 2d10 now, bro.
Ooh.
I want to live.
No.
Hey,
The
you didn't-
same
Oh.
thing happened just now when Sign rolled for you.
Yeah.
Let him have his moment, bro.
I'm gonna
I
die.
still think he might botch, but that's even funnier for us.
No, he did not
Oh
botch.
no! Oh
Nope.
no!
Maybe you
So
should have kept the words, bitch.
as he begins to open this port, as he begins to open this tempest, you start seeing the tempest begin to
Still
open
leaving.
wide. He begins to cram it in. The winds begin to ravage you as well.
Fucking damn it.
The price for sorcery is high.
I know.
So, as it begins to rake your body and you begin to feel yourself being torn, the wind stops for a moment just as it comes out. And Karna, as X tears this open, you feel your disappointment become immeasurable as something cuts it down.
What?
What is? That's some bullshit.
As something more terror, as you start realizing that there's another spectral presence.
Oh god.
The opera house opens.
I called back up, bitch.
You bastard.
And you
No.
You thought you're
and
the only one?
at this moment, by the way, Ophelia
Jesus.
feel all four, well, technically, the three of you feel a baleful aura aside from Calum.
I'm
I cock
gone.
my
What do you
guns.
mean? I'm leaving.
Out of the opera, stepping out. You do not just see a ghost, you see and you hear footprints. Footsteps.
Yeah,
You
I
see a
it.
woman. You see a woman made of purest silk of white. vapor surrounding her, bleeding from her mouth, with empty white eyes. Her hair moves like a vortex above her. In her left hand, you see a spinal column sharpened into a blade.
Huh.
You.
Unload my weapons.
Her eyes appear blank. The smoke in her mouth. She tilts her head towards you, Ophelia, and she breathes it out on you. This white fog begins to fill the area about you too. For you, X, it scalds like acid.
No.
And for you, Ophelia, it is much the same. It is attacking something inside of you, as both of you are going to take 1 point of aggravated damage.
So it just came in, canceled a literal supernatural storm, and attacked us. All right, bet, buddy.
Oh, no.
Plot
Did you wait for
armor.
Lenny?
All right, bro.
Sorry, I might not effective. I
Somebody
just
kind
By
of
the way-
gave it
by the way-
additional power because it got a certain botch.
By the
In
way,
the
I want
same
you to know, we rolled wrong for Karna. He should have had more dice.
Oh.
No.
sorry, by the way, do I not?
Wait, hold on. I
You know
forgot
what?
I gave him
My
merit.
know
revenge
what?
arc will happen.
You know what? In that case, then I will
Don't
say
you
that
fucking dare.
the Tempest was suppressed. Not removed. Your nil is still there.
No, I'm leaving.
Is that fair to everyone else?
No. I want to leave.
Yes.
As long as if it stays there, and this man Salter just still gets fucked over.
I'm leaving.
How much damage should Salter take, by the way, Mister?
None.
He took it was what was it? 4 successes, I think. Right?
It
Let
would
me
have been
check
4
Karna.
successes.
1, 3, yeah,
Oh,
4,
yeah.
and he took one stamina, so that would be 3. 3.
You piece of
So
shit.
you take 3
However,
points.
he
It's
should
aggravated,
roll-
right?
For him, yes. However, can Count roll the additional 3 dice that he's supposed to roll?
Hey, let me resist with my willpower.
I will not cancel out the nil, as I said.
Nah, let me resist with my willpower.
No, not the nil, but the effect of it. Because I call some bullshit on this wraith thingy, not getting affected.
Oh no, I'll let you roll that damage regardless. You can roll that.
This is bullshit.
Karna, roll extra 3d10. In the future, remember this. Anytime you use your shade powers, your special shade powers, you get an additional +1 or +3 dice, depending on some emotional states, because you have deep ties to the Oblivion.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever you are, random enemy wraith, beat the shit out of them.
Also, the wraith has to make if it's a wraith, it has to make a composure roll, for seeing your fucking Oblivion shit.
So I gotta do 3 aggravated damage.
I rolled 3d10.
So he got 2 successes. So technically, does that mean that Salter takes 5
No.
altogether?
Yes.
I will literally
Yes, it
dismantle
does.
that damn thing.
Take 5.
Yes, it
Is that what
does.
you guys? Yeah, you take 5.
Then I
Oh,
guess
lucky,
I'm
lucky.
crippled for the rest of my life. Makes sense.
You have 1.
You deserve it.
I'll let
Unlucky,
you,
buddy.
I will let you escape at this point.
I'm escaping. Fuck you. When I return back to my body, I'm dismantling you.
So the wraith though appears, well, whatever this creature is, appears unperturbed.
Wraith, I'll give you my
However,
number
the
if you beat
damage-
him.
However, the pull of the tempest does seem to affect its body, as you see much more. We'll say the wounds that should appear on the living appear upon its white body, and you see bits of red and black leaking through.
Anyways, I'm gonna go be espresso depresso.
Count. Make sure you take off 1 point of angst from yourself.
Oh.
Or I can say it stays the same because
No, it
this is
stays the
first
same
time-
because what I looked into it.
Yeah.
You got 2 free points of angst from little fucking
From
dumbass over
doing-
here.
Yeah. You know what? I was about to say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another question here: should he make a composure roll if this? So this creature, if it's any type of undead, as a specter who's deeply tied to the Oblivion, he has to make a composure roll of if he's able to keep his scheming ways, or if he's just gonna blindly attack because he's like the Oblivion's telling him to kill,
he
or whatever.
would have this strange mist is actually cowing him back.
Ooh, okay.
And the same way that Ophelia feels, like I told you, how it's scalding you, you feel your connection to demonic things is being suppressed.
Not. I mean for Count, not for the spirit or whatever.
Oh no. Oh no. I was saying for Count. Count cannot make. So Count cannot. How do I forget this way? Count. What is your composure?
Why did I roll 60?
It's all the way at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all the way about, but yeah. It's, oh wait, what is it? 7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, you auto pass. Whatever that when this mist is forcing you to keep yourself back. Like I told you, you took 1 aggravated wound from it. As Ophelia, and I'll say for Ophelia, no, it wouldn't be aggravated. It would be bashing damage. Okay.
All right, thank you, thank you.
But you do realize that your own sorcerer, like, I'll put it this way, your hands, to give you a little perspective, Mystic, your hands are losing their green color in this mist.
What? Now that's some big. Okay,
And they're not.
What?
They're
All right,
not.
You know what? Let's do this.
I'm not saying that they're gone. I'm just saying it feels as if they're losing it in your vision within this white.
You know what time it is, boys.
As someone has not activated his second sight.
Activate second sight.
Starting conviction. Starting conviction for you, Terrakochi, is I think. What would you say their starting conviction is, Sai? 4? Do you think 4 is fair?
No, their starting conviction is 3.
3? Okay.
So
spend a point to activate your second sight.
All right.
So you see so this woman, as she's kind of standing there, she let out this mist, but she's not making any further attempts on you guys.
She's afraid of me.
Yes, the moment you enter your second sight, the two of you match eyes. She actually backs off a little.
I smile and say, "Come here, pretty girl. Can I shoot her?"
I told you, Mystic. I told you this would happen.
Ayo, bro.
No,
Is
no.
this the composure of a man who's serious? Come on now.
All right.
I'm serious. What do you mean?
Okay.
What part of
so-
you being a stoic character goes out, come here, beautiful woman? The fuck?
so-
Come on, bro. Come on. Hell.
So as you,
I said it on instinct. I'm sorry.
as you aim your gun, she drifts backwards. And just like the smoke that came out here, you see her retreat back in there as a cloud of this white smog. The fog quickly falling behind her.
That is.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do. By the way, what's the turn order here? Do we roll or something?
We will in a second, but I'm telling you, the second that the fog retreats, you find that your hands are now, once again, their stained normal self.
Coast is clear.
Because I have a question here, and I'm gonna let you guys vote on this. Do you want me to do like less but kind of deal damage, or do you want me to risk all of you dying to do damage?
I don't care. You can risk my life.
Leave my fucking body alone.
I'll do less because Salt's already got fucked over.
Oh yeah, so everyone's just leaving her body there on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Well, we
Okay.
can't do anything about it right now. So
It's her fault for making a bad
Hey,
impression on me.
Wraith, I'm sending you an email. Free body to use. Clap the cheeks.
Oh my god.
all right, bro, step back. Well, not you
Yeah,
can do
imagine
anything. But let me
classical
cook, bro.
posture, then.
Let me cook.
Already stepped back. You got pushed back.
All right, so I want to prepare my hellfire. I'm gonna try to erupt it into a pillar of flame.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's when we start the turn order, though. I'm preparing that right now.
All right. So, do with her action as she did, she is actually going to. She materializes. Mm-hmm. You see much
So
more.
she was incorporeal. Did
She
she
was
take
incorporeal.
damage from the knee heal?
I said she did. I did say she did.
Okay, nice.
As she forms physically, that spinal column in her hand, you see various strange letters on it. She holds it tight. You see a blade slowly begin to protrude from the top. Oh, the requirements are usually just a point of conviction in some cases, but it is based off some edges. Certain edges are more passive and don't require a cost, right, Mystic? There are some that just don't.
Unless it's set in the edge, it doesn't. And all of the ones he has don't take conviction. So.
Oh, let's go.
I thought that. Oh yeah, Cleve does, but not the others. Got you. So, with this blade out, I'm gonna have to look at her abilities real quick. She points a blade
Turco
at
should
you.
defend me.
She points a blade at you, Ophelia, and she simply
Mercy?
says,
Oh,
"What?" She points her blade at you, and she asks, "You've come for me again? Why won't you, tainted by demon blood, allow me to rest? The key is not for you. It never has been. Return to your pits."
can I talk to Mr. X?
Hey,
All right. Am I allowed to do a social role, something like that, without interrupting my Hellfire thingy?
Sure. What are you rolling? What are you trying to do?
Okay, what I'm trying to do is I'm gonna say it and then I'll roll for it. Okay.
Copy.
I can sense your hunger, your need to devour. It grows with each passing day. I know you want to indulge. That's why you've showed off tonight, isn't it? You must be starving. You can hear that voice in the back of your head whispering, devour everything, can't you? Why don't you indulge a little? I promise you, if you can get your hands on that thing, you can do with it as you please.
oh boy. Before I do my response, I'll like you on that roll, see if that actually gets to me.
If you are primed and ready, you are primed and ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do manipulation and expression. You can see my sincerity on my face as I'm giving you a sort of like very, very like devious kind of smile. Look in session images if you need it.
Step the face.
Yeah.
People are smile.
All right.
X is already well. Grinning.
All right, that's my role in roles.
All right. So we are going to end off with her with that for today.
Hey, I got 4 successes.
We're ending off.
Come on, let's continue, bro. Can
finish
we
off.
can we end this fight first?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, finish the
Jeez.
match. Like, come on, you've already fucked me over. Might as well finish the match
Mhm.
and then get my
Yeah,
body
that
out there.
Let's finish this.
definitely does succeed. So I will let you guys now go. The turn order, because this was very abrupt, will be on to next.
Nah.
On to you. I'm saying on to you. No, I'm saying on to you, Mystic. You're gonna do something.
Oh yeah, I was trying to engulf her in hellfire.
All right. Hit me with it.
Give me a moment. I gotta see what I gotta roll because this is a special hellfire.
Special Hellfire.
This is special
Okay.
hellfire. This isn't your daddy's hellfire.
It doesn't have to be. I got it from my daddy, so it works.
I swear to God, if you just toast her immediately, I'm gonna be mad funny. Because she already is damaged by what Karna did, so it wouldn't be impossible.
Hey, that was some crazy damage, bro. The angst was
Oh.
worth it. Bro finally got his release.
Exactly. I get to be free. I can do what I want.
I feel bad for you when Natalia recovers, though, Count.
Fucking Karna's like, wait, I have a chance of getting out of here. Grabs Ghost, like suicide tackles her, gets Piccoloed in the fire, and the Hellfire gets released, and then you see him just fly after Natalia in his fucking specter form.
Really guns for it. Goes to
Mystic, don't kill him, please.
goes for the ghost to the Hellfire. Let's fucking go.
Just Ophelia's face of, oh shit.
Instantly summons back Natalia's soul.
Natalia's just dead. Like, her soul is just gone.
Gets evaporated.
Natalia dies here. I'm actually very, very impressed.
Damn,
she almost
does-
did. You were one health level away from
I know, I am.
Wait, Sai.
But-
Sai, can I just reach
The
on
worst
the
part
on
is,
the?
it's the
on
soul that
potential?
got damaged, and that's what really hurts.
One moment.
Ugh. If it was the body, it'd be one thing, because I can heal, but damn, the soul of all things.
I mean, well, your body did get hurt too.
No, it's worse because
It's
the
just not
soul
attack.
took damage.
So, roll me that Hellfire. Cha.
Give me a second. I'm scrolling through my shit real quick, trying to find what it does.
You know, bro was complaining about how Bethel's gonna be better than bro. Nah, Natalia's about to outpace you by miles.
I think, I mean, to be fair, Natalia has a lot more firepower than Bethel does.
Yeah, she's gonna be out for that whole month, bro. But I can promise you,
Yeah,
the
we-
revenge arc,
Natalia?
it's gonna be insane.
No, I meant Ophelia.
Oh yeah, definitely, bro. I can cause some crazy damage.
Although then
could.
again,
Yeah,
she
you
really.
want to
I
go
don't think
Natalia
she can take a single hit though.
No, definitely not. She's a glass cannon type. She's not meant to be fighting, if anything. Unless
I
I
mean-
vestige, but that's a risky move.
Yeah, because she's probably gonna make everybody else
Uh,
around you die.
Gambling for my life.
It's
You did certainly gamble. I mean, I think the
Yeah,
actual,
you gamble.
I mean, I don't
I
mind
think-
if I have a fail, bro.
I
but
think
damn,
the box using it the other way would have actually ripped Karna out of that body and allowed him to just be free. So
Man, I would have gone your body.
Hey, come on, Discord dice. Don't fuck me up.
fuck him up.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Please don't. I need him to escape.
No, please fuck it up.
Come on.
Oh,
What the fuck is
Wow,
this?
he did pass.
Almost.
That's two successes.
Are you sure? I would
Oh,
think it's
yeah,
at least
the one,
3. You have a
the
10, a 9, and 8.
The ones.
Oh yeah, it's 4 and no, it's 2. There's 2
Yeah.
ones. Yeah, so
1,
it's
2,
yeah.
3.
You know what, Mist? I am gonna ask you actually to re-roll one of those ones.
Oh no!
Really? All right, bet. Don't fuck me up, please.
Don't
I mean,
fuck me
the
up. What do you mean?
Your dolly is very happy with your talk earlier.
Nah, he wasn't as happy as you thought.
So,
He was not that
so
happy.
here's what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna count that as an auto success. So you have actually, so that will actually give you 4
No.
successes. I'm
No,
gonna do it.
Oh my.
I can do it if I want.
count. No, you can't do that.
I
I
can
can
do
do
whatever. I'm literally supposed to be give Mystic a boon. So yeah, there you go, Mystic. Auto success.
Oh my.
That's 4.
Thank you.
This favoritism.
I will
It-
tear apart that goddamn body if it's the last thing I fucking do.
Not if I get you.
Hey yo,
first.
I offered myself, bro. I'm using myself as payment here. I think it's fair.
Oh my god, you're right here.
Slash wolf.
By roll that defense she has. Oh fuck no, she's gone.
No.
She burns up. Like
No.
materializing was not a good choice. You like when I say you burn her alive, you burn her undead, I guess. Her whole body's engulfed within these dark red flames.
Since she was in a physical body, is her spirit still alive?
So as you burn her all the way up, the pillar of fire, in fact, is so powerful. It goes through the upper part of the roof, and to those nearby, they just randomly see what appears to be some kind of strange red light. As the pillar dies down, ash is everywhere. You see her skeleton, that which had also materialized, breaking apart into ashes. The spinal column that she'd been holding as a weapon still is all that remains.
Her spirit's gone too?
Yeah, gone.
Damn.
Jesus.
Damn.
Fucking overkill, man. Goddamn.
I didn't know it was gonna be that bad. I didn't know it was gonna be that bad.
Jesus.
Practically
Bro,
that
I reached her out
bad.
of existence. Oh my god.
What? We got her bones, so we can summon some shit.
No, her bones are gone. Also, the spinal column.
I say her bones are gone, dude. They're burned.
Everything's gone.
Oh,
Bro.
the spinal column is enough, isn't it?
Something. It doesn't know if it belongs to her or not. Your dolly looks actually
Damn.
quite perplexed. You can feel its kind of indignation towards this. It tilts itself to the left and right, as if looking for something.
Oh,
I'm wondering if I can do something. Can I summon Natalia back into her body?
Probably.
I'm gonna probably change music now for a moment. So, you could try.
Alright.
What's
yeah,
the cost if he messes it up?
I think summoning has a pretty bad cost if you fuck it up.
Summoning means that whatever I tried to summon is gonna be replaced, or they're gonna attack me or some shit like that.
Makes
Wait,
sense.
so he's gonna get someone else gonna beat his body?
Probably not that, but I feel bad for her if anything else took my body at this point.
uh-oh.
As things calm down for a moment. Also, someone might want to turn off that nihil before somebody does the summoning.
I'll turn. Oh, actually, I'll turn it off.
Oh,
I'll be
no
nice.
fun.
I'll turn it off.
No
Yes.
fun.
Don't
While
worry.
you look
my
about,
revenge on you will be insane.
So I have a question, Sai. Since you opened a Nihil, what came out of it? Any benefits for Karna? Stuff for him to eat?
So
Let me feed.
something came out. You see another figure, one made entirely of this shadowy blackness, just kind of resting near where that ghost was just burned up. You see that they're just kind of strumming their fingers across that column sword.
It's a black dude.
A shadowy figure, quite literally composed of shade.
Is it an actual shadow? Like shadow, what I think is shadow? Or shadow as in just a shadow?
As in a shadow of a person, as if it's been like smudged into existence. It's a humanoid figure made
Beautiful.
entirely.
I want that. I want that booty. I want it.
Well, I did make a promise. I look towards X.
X. I'm just going to summarize it. We'll give you a small dude thing. You know that Sukuna face he makes when he smiles?
Mm-hmm.
That evil ass smirk? That's exactly what he's making.
I was gonna hop towards it. Skipping.
Hey, for a moment, can we say that he overturns the mental inhibitor? I want to hear his shit out loud, like what he's about to do, like some devious shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me hear it.
Oh my. Oh my.
Sai?
You'll be
It's his choice. It's not mine.
Okay. That shit is fine. Alright. So X is gonna like slowly make his way there, like to the shade or the shadow, whatever freaking thing is. Obviously, was very much smiling in glee for two different reasons. One was for damaging Natalia's very soul. That made him happy.
You know the
Like,
costs are gonna be
with
terrible
this-
for you.
Oh, well, it was worth it.
It ain't gonna be worth it, bro.
Yeah, then if I get fucked over, you're gonna
We
get
still
fucked
got
over
to
back.
give you. We still got to give you that month-long derangement.
Yeah, it's gonna be a month-long derangement, all right, of a depression.
Could be anything that I choose. My discretion.
Just let me have depression. Let me cope.
So as you parade over to the shadow, it tilts towards you. You know what this is. You know what these are. It's another part of your corpus. It's the negative aspects of a wraith, somehow separated and unshackled from its base. It looks at you up and down, and it just simply says, "Go on." I won't run. After all, giving into oblivion is the point. Come. I'm all
Something
yours.
something interesting here. As a person blessed by oblivion, other specters or minor shadows might see him as something to worship or follow. We might gain a follower here,
You know,
Count.
it gives you much more of a dismal look. I am but a tool for you. Say what you will. Of course, this is what it says is not able to be heard by Ophelia. That woman over there. Why do you let her boss you around?
It is the shackles that hold me, but I have my ways, just like what happened today.
Mhm. Yes, I see. Then allow me to offer myself to you as tool. Eat me if you must, but I believe I would be even better served as but another arm to assist you.
I would think about this real quickly. It's not that hard to decision or process. He's being respected or possibly even worshipped right here, right now. And seeing in his predicament and seeing how huge of a chance he just did, and the higher chance of him actually being free and bringing absolute oblivion. He is willingly, absolutely willingly, to let this shade be at his side, to be his ally, to be his tool in arms. So he gives a nod, gladly.
Make a show. Then make a show as if you're getting rid of me. Just pretend. She can't see me after all. She can't hear me.
And he does exactly that by making looking like he's consuming the shade. But in reality, he wasn't even doing that. No.
The shade simply peels off into the night. Determined to rejoin with you at a later date.
Insert Sukuna face as he's just like raveling in all this, in his satisfaction.
Alright then. Well, Mystic?
Well, I suppose concessions are in order. I originally thought you would be like some of the others of your kind, mindless and without purpose. But I see now that you are cold and calculating to hide this from even my sight. You're quite something. Seeing you lug around as a mere tool is wasteful, and I don't like waste. On my path, there are many, and I do mean many, who, shall we say, are in need of your special brand of punishment. What would you say to forging a contract with me?
Contract to be more bind to you.
Well, you're already bound in a body.
wretched, disgusting sack of flesh. Why should I even bother forming a contract with the likes of you?
Think of it like this. I am only one. Kill me now, and you will only kill one. You will only save one to oblivion. But in the long run, this contract doesn't have to be some sort of bind that makes you a servant. Just an educated and strategic move to kill more.
To sate my hunger for destruction, for oblivion itself. An interesting proposition. I am willing on this offer. As long as it leads me down the path to absolute oblivion.
Well,
But no,
I'll write
no
up a
mistake.
formal little contract. Very, very simple terms, I'd imagine. You help me in my endeavors as much as not a servant, but an equal. In return, you are allowed to go on a rampage so long as it does not interfere my machinations. A mutually beneficial agreement. I have many enemies, I will make many enemies, and you will have plenty to gorge upon.
Maybe there is more to you than I thought. You're not as much of a brat as the other one.
She is young and tempestuous. She thinks she has control when she doesn't. It is why she didn't realize how much you were building your hatred within yourself. This will be a adequate lesson. I know she'll transform into something more useful right after this.
Well, then, I will find this most amusing. I agree.
So, I'll give him a little, I guess you would call it an amulet,
Mm-hmm.
with
Okay.
my family symbol on it, so to speak. What I consider the symbol of my family, the family vestige. I'll send it in session images real quick.
Gotcha.
There you go. Sign of the contract.
All right. Hmm.
Meanwhile, freaking Terracotta's character just nodding his head like, yep,
Oh.
yep.
Tarakochi, you got anything to say before we continue?
Job well done.
Well, you certainly were excessive. Was that strike really necessary?
In
It
my
was
eyes, it was.
perfectly necessary.
Well, I
However,
won't judge on your fierce standards. Say, the very fact I brought you here today means you've seen something quite unique. You library folk do enjoy that. What are your opinions?
Nothing new. Nothing that would surprise me, to say the least. I've read upon all sorts of these things, so
Curiously, pulling you from your speech. Once again, Abby, your doll, restless in your arms, begins to push forward.
What is it?
In the words are very simple for you to hear. There was no soul. There was no spirit. It was conviction, plain and simple.
Oblivion?
No. That thing lived to hunt the night. Even in death, it was a hunter. It appears that the imbued have evolved further. They've evolved to hunt even after the soul has retired. Incredible.
I've heard that they are those touched by something called messengers. Are these messengers angels?
I'd rather not talk about that.
Well, if your previous kin, are engaging upon the stage of the world, don't you think this to be important?
Hmm. Allow me to put it another way for you, my dear. Let's stick to our neck of the woods while we still have a head. It would be best to just note what we found here, and the fact that we learned something. This was no wraith. This was no specter. This was a living conviction. There was no animus beyond its want to protect, to slay, and to hunt. It fought against the oblivion. And once that weird fog it exhumed hit our body, it weakened that which was unholy. Yes, I definitely felt the embrace of something, as you put it, a distant relative sitting high in the heavens. Perhaps this was one of their new toys, their new innovations. How funny that the so-called righteous won't even allow heroes to rest.
Oh, that's certainly concerning. But I think we can talk about these things at a later time. For now, I need to help the young lady get her soul back.
Retrieve the sword. That has something on it.
You, points at Tarakochi. What's your name again?
Callum.
Well,
One
since
more
you're
Callum.
here, why not make yourself useful? Grab anything that thing dropped and bring it with us.
So as I'm about to pass out, this is where we're going to end off.
Oh, revive me first, bro.
No. So
No,
Bro.
as you go to grab it, you realize that this sword, every individual piece of bone, has inscribed upon it
Mhm.
a piece of hunter code. Thus, we end off.